Click on that and you can come back here, and here you can see the transaction went through. We are on the devnet, we have done the transaction, and it's fetching all the information about your token which you have just created. This is what you have. So current, this is the supply you have. This is the decimal point which we have given 9. This is the authority, this is the account which created this particular token, and this is the address of the token. You can simply copy, you can come back here, and you can simply go to the Sol, paste the address here and hit enter, and it will give you all the information which you have provided. So you will have the pro NFT marketplace, the symbol, everything's looking fine. Right now we haven't done any transaction. You can go to, here is the transaction we have done just now. If you click on this metadata here, you will find the information of your token, the data we have uploaded, to the IPFS. You can simply copy, paste here, and you can get the information. It's working fine. Now if I come back here, if I copy the address, so we have successfully killed. Well, let's get started with the first ever Solana project. So first thing, you have to create a folder, and this time we're going to call it Solana token. Open this particular folder in your VS Code. So come back here, click on the VS and click on the open, go to the desktop, and from here we have to select the folder, select this one and open that one. That looks fine. Close this one. And now the very first thing we have to do is we have to download the starter file. So I have already provided. So come back here to the blockchain coder, and here you will find all the project which we have built on the channel. So come back here, click on the course. So this is the course which I have launched. This will teach you every single thing which you have to know about the blockchain development and all the tools and technology which you have to know. So I would recommend you come and check this one. So come back here, let's go to the source code section, and here you will find all the source code which the project we have built. You can simply search for Solana and you will have this one. So click on this, it will take you here, and from here you can get the final code and the starter file. So click on the starter file and it will take you to the GitHub, and you can simply check all the resources which is provided to all of you guys. Now get this particular URL and come back to your VS Code and make on the full screen. Now open up your terminal. Let's bring it little here. Open up your terminal, drag it up, and we have to simply clone the repository. So simply type clear to clear the terminal. So before we start coding in the project, first you have to check that whether you have node or npm installed. So to check, you have to type node-v. I'm using this particular version. You can use the same version, and I'm using this particular one. So if you have any problem related to any one of the packages with the updated node version, then make sure to keep your node version with this and it will work fine, because all the packages which we're going to utilize is very much compatible with this particular node. There is no problem in that. Simply clear your terminal and install. We'll say git clone, and we'll give this string and give this dot. So this one is going to clone the repository in the same directory. Hit enter, and this is going to take few seconds, and finally we have cloned all the repository. So simply close this down, and let me take you the quick overview of the folder and file structure which we have designed for this application. So first I'm going to delete this one, remove this one, and here we have this src folder. In that we have all the component. So this time I'm following a different architecture as compared to the structure we have followed in the previous project. So here we have the src, inside that we have the component. In this svg file you will have all the three icon we are using. So that's the icon I have provided, and here we have all the components. So these are the global component like AppBar, branding, footer, notification. So all of this global component. Close this one. This is the context. In that we're going to build the provider, the context, and network configuration. So this is the auto configuration, all of that we have. This is the hook, this is the model, and here we have the page. So it's going to be a single page application. We are not doing anything with the API, so just keep it as it is. Here we have the configuration for the app.txt, and we have this document. That's what we're going to configure. Here we have the index page. These are the three things we have. Now come back to the story, and here we have to manage the store, because we are building our own internal store for storing the information about the balance of the user and the network setup. So that's what we're going to do it. Here we have the style. So I have already imported couple of libraries, and I'm using Tailwind CSS in the project, and I have also written some of my custom classes. That's all you will find. So you don't need to do any changes. In later, once you complete this project and if you want to do the modification, you can simply do that. This is the style. Let's come back to the utils. In this, we're going to do the explore and notification component setup. So that's the logic we're going to build here. And here we have the actual component called view, and that's going to be added into our home page. So this is the airdrop, this is the contact, this is the create, donate, FAQ, feature, and here I have provided this array of data which we're going to use it to render in our front end. That's already given to all of you guys. Close that one. Now here we have the feature. This is the home, input, offer, token metadata, tools, and here we have this. So we're going to import all of this component right up here, and we're going to export it from here to use it in our home page. Now simply close all of these, open folder. Looks good. Now we can come back here in the next.env. So don't need to do anything in here. This is the configuration which is the same, and here we have the package.json file. So this is very important no matter when you are building this project. So this is the command we have set up, and no matter when you are building this project, these are the exact packages you have to install, because these packages are very much comfortable with the node version and the application. So as long as you will use the exact version, that's going to work absolutely fine, because all the setup, all with the configuration we're going to do as per this particular package. So these are the things you have to keep in mind. So this is the tailwind and CSS we are using, post, autofixer, and we have the node and react. Now come back here. Now we have to simply install the package. So these are the things, and here we have provided a couple of important information so you can have a look. And here I am simply configure my tailwind configuration. So I have given the directory that where I want to use the tailwind CSS. So this time I'm using src instead of going with app and page and component. And this is pretty much simple. This is just a compiler setting. Just keep it as it is. Now we have to install the packages. So open up your terminal and let me bring it up and clear the terminal and type npm I or install. Both will work fine. So just wait. The installation will complete very soon. And finally we have installed the packages. No issue we have. You can simply ignore this vulnerability. We have this node modules, in that you will have all the libraries we have installed. So this is the forms pair. In the same way, you will find all the Solana packages, the wallet providers, everything you will find here. Now I'm going to start the application. So let's clear the terminal and type npm run dev, because this is the command we are running. So simply copy this localhost 3000 and let's open that in your browser. So come back here, open a new tab, paste here, hit enter, and you can see our application is successfully started. Right now we haven't done the configuration, that's why you can see these 3 folders are looking: document, app, and internal server. So these are the changes we're going to do and configure our application. So come back here in the code and you can see the error we have. Close this down, and now we're going to start working on the functionality first before we move to the front end and build all the connection. Let's work on the actual functionality where we allow the network configuration, context provider, notification error, network setup. That's all we're going to do it. After that we'll move to the front end. Hope things are clear to all of you guys. Now let's come back to the src and we have to get back to the pages. Inside the pages we have to work on the document. So come back here, and here we have to do the setup so our application can know. Right now you can see we have this document, but the moment we do the setup it will be displaying the actual data. So come back to the document and let's do the setup. So first thing, we're going to import a couple of things. So we're going to import next document, and that's coming from document, context, head, HTML, main, and next script. These are the imports we are getting from the next document. Now we can come back here. Let's build the function. We'll say my document extend document, and inside that we have to generate the static. So we'll say static. It's going to be an async get initial prop, and in that we can simply pass the ctx, but we're going to give a different name. Let's call this one document context. Again, I'm not going into details that how you have to write this like TypeScript code. If you guys want me to build a complete course on TypeScript, then let me know. So I'll make a complete separate course for the TypeScript where I will explain all of this. But these are the general setups you have to do in the TypeScript. So inside that we're going to take a variable called initial prop, and it will say await document.get initial prop. In that we have to simply pass the ctx. Once we have that, now we can simply return the initial prop. So that's the setup we have for the document, the class document. Now we can come back here, and here we have to simply return. We call this render function, and down below we can simply call the return. So what will happen that all the documents will come, it's going to render, and that's going to be the main structure of our application. So we have to define whatever we have imported from the document. So we'll say HTML, we have to close the HTML, then we have to take the head tag, close it, and inside that I'm going to take our fab icon. So we'll have this style sheet, we'll give this fab icon. So again, this icon is given to all of you guys in the public folder. So if you come back here and if you go to the public folder, you can see inside that we will have this assets. Inside the assets you will have all the assets which you provide, like CSS, images. Inside the images you will find that these are the icons and the different folders we have for the images which we're going to utilize it. That's all given in the starter file. So that's the simple setup we are building. Okay, it's nothing related to the project. This is the setup we have to do to execute our application. So that's the head tag we have. Now we can come back here. Let's give the body. We define the main, and we'll define the script, next script. And that's the setup. That's the only setup we have to do, and it will work fine. So if I save it, and we can come back here, we have to simply export the default, export default my document, because that's the name we have given. So it looks good, and save it. Come back to the browser and reload the page, and you will see that I'm getting this particular error that document is not defined. Okay, my bad. So simply come back here, and here we have to simply define that document, and that will fix the issue. Simply save it, and that will fix the issue. Come back here, reload the page, and here we have the app. Now we can start working on our app folder. So things are looking pretty good. So this is good. Now we're done with this. This is just the actual setup we have to do to tell our application that from where we get the data and how we're going to render it. Close that one, come back to the app, and here we have to do the setup for our context and all the global component. So remove that one. Let's import. First we're going to import the app prop, and that's coming from the next app. Then we're going to import the head, and that's coming from next head. Then we have to import the FC, and that's coming from the React. Then we have to import, let's say we're going to get into the context, and we have to import the context provider which we have to build. So we'll say context provider. Then we have to import the AppBar. It's going to be our header, and that's coming from the component. Then we have to import the footer, and that's also coming from the same place, component / footer. Then we have to import the notification. So we'll say notification, and that's coming from the same place, component notification. So we are getting all of this. Looks pretty fine, no issue we have so far. But right now we haven't built this particular one, context provider. So that's the one we're going to build it. So before we start working on the context, let's build the structure. So come back here, we'll take a variable called, let's import the wallet UI styling and our global styling. So let's take that required, and first we have to get the Solana wallet adapter React UI. In that we have the CSS file, so we have to get that CSS file. So that's the CSS we have for the wallet provider. So when you will click on the current wallet function, is going to open the pop-up model, and that's the styling we are importing here. Once we have the styling, then we have to import our internal styling, which we have done the configuration in the global CSS file. That's what we're going to take it. So let's say global.css. So these are the configuration imports and export we have done. Sorry, only import we have done. And now we have to build the function. So we'll take a variable called const. It's going to be an FC. In that we have to simply pass the app props, and we're going to simply build our function. We'll say component, and this is going to be a page props. Simple architecture. We have followed this multiple times, and now we have to simply render. So we have to simply return, and we have to build the skeleton. We have to do the setup. So now I'm going to take a div, and in that I'm going to attach all the global component with the context and our JavaScript file. So to do so, let's take a div. It will have a class, and we call this bg default 900. Again, this class is from the Tailwind. We are not using our own class which we have created. It's a Tailwind classes. Inside this, we're going to take this head and we'll close that one. Inside that, we're going to define our title for the application. We'll say Solana token creator. That's the head. Now we can simply come and take our context. Let's take this. Let's take the context provider and close that one. Inside that, we're going to take our notification. We'll take our app bar and we'll take our component page props. The reason why I have taken this inside the context, because we are calling some of the context function there. That's why we need to take inside the context and close this one. And here we can take the footer as well. Although we are not using footer, any data or any function for the context, but it's better to keep it there. So in case in future, if we want to export any function and we want to receive any data in our footer, then we can do that. So that's the setup for our context, notification, app and footer. And that's all we are getting here. But right now we don't have this. So when I try to run the application, it's going to throw an error. But let's do the setup first because we are working on the functionality first. Now we have to import the script, all the JavaScripts. So I can come back here. Let's call this script. And now we have to import the script. So like if you come back to the public, inside the asset we have all these libraries which we are using internally, and that's what we're going to import it. So come back here, let's import one by one. Script, we have to provide the source. We'll get into the assets, then we go into the libs, and from there we'll get this preline .js, simply replicate couple of time. And now we have to simply change this one by one. So this will be the swiper and this will be the swiper bundle mini, and simply change the spelling of this as well. We'll say p line, do the same thing for all of this pre line, and now we can simply select both and change goes shoe js, and this will be normal one. We'll say polyfills mini. Let's change this one as well. This will be the lucid min, and here we have to call this to AOS for the CS, and let's change this as well. It's called JS, and here we have to get the let's remove this and let's call this one swiper, and this will be the theme. Pretty good. We got all the JavaScript libraries. Looks pretty fine, and that's the only thing we have to do here. And finally we have to simply export our app. So we'll say app default, export default app, and that looks pretty fine. So what we have done, first we have imported all of the library, and then if we come back here and reload the page, you can see we are getting this particular error. So let's check, let's re-import. We'll say Solana, we'll go to the wallet adapter, we'll say react UI / style css. Okay, I forgot to add s, and save it. And now you will see that we are getting a different error because we have done our context setups and there is no context. So that's why we are getting this error from the document. So this is the two which causing the issue. Not a big deal, we have to work on the functionality first. So let's come back here, close this one, come back here. Now we can go back to the context and let's start working on the context provider. So click on that, and this is the just boilerplate we have. So simply remove this one. Now we have to import couple of libraries. So first, and all of this is going to be coming from the Solana. So we have the Solana wallet adapter base, and from this particular library we have to receive the wallet adapter network. Then we have to receive the wallet error. So when the error will take place, when the user is not connected, or maybe he has switched his or her account, and that time this will give the information of that whether it's connected. Then on the basis of that we're going to throw the error. That's the first import. Then we have to import another library, and this is also called Solana wallet adapter react, and from here we have to get the connection provider, we have to get the wallet provider. So these are the two things we are getting. Now we have to import call Sol wallet adapter React UI. In that we're going to receive the wallet model provider, and we have to import it as a, let's call this React UI wallet model provider. So that's name is quite good because I don't want to create a name conflict, and we're going to have a similar naming structure. So let's call this one. So that's what we have here. Now we can come back here. Let's import, and this time we're going to import the, let's say, Solana wallet adapter wallets. This will give us all the wallets available. So I'm going to provide multiple option to our users. So let's provide that. So first one is going to be the Phantom. The second one is going to be the Sol wallet adapter. Then we're going to Sol extension wallet adapter, and we have Sol wallet adapter, and we'll have two tools. The name is quite usual. We'll say Tools wallet adapter. There is multiple option, but right now this 5 is enough because most of the application use this one. You can go more than this, but I'll go with this 5. So these are the wallet provider we're going to use it, but the main one is going to be the Phantom, or you can pick anyone. Come back here. We have to import the, we'll say, Sol web3.js, and this web3.js package is really powerful, and Solana have added some extra feature which we can utilize to get the private key, and which allow us to connect with the blockchain, and it will give us the vital information. So the method is quite simple. So we have to import the cluster, then we have to import the cluster API URL. That these are the two things we're going to get it, and this will tell us that what exactly network we have connected. So everything will make sense. Just follow along with me. Now we have to simply come here and we have to import React, and from there we're going to get this FC. We'll get this React node, and we have to get this use callback, use memo, and provide this one. And these hooks are very important because whenever the user will change the state of the application, we have to get the information. That's why I've taken this use callback and use hook. So come back here, then we have to import the, we'll say, do the internal import. Then we have to import the auto connector as well, because when the user will save the information, we're going to store in the local system, and from there we're going to simply fetch and provide the automatic connection. So let's import that. So this function is we're going to code it. So let's call it auto connector provider, use auto connect. Now we can come back here. Let's import notify, and that's coming from our utils/notification. So these are the libraries we are using. Now we got the notify. Now let's import the couple of things, like this one is coming from the network configuration. So in that we're going to build a couple of functionality like network configuration provider. So this is the function we have to build. We have to build this use network configuration. These are the two functions we're going to build in our network configuration. So far things are looking good. You can see we have imported a lot of libraries, and all of these libraries are very important in nature. So we have this connect wallet, we have the wallet providers, we have the cluster, React, auto connector, notification error, and our custom network configuration function. Now we can come back here and let's work on the functionality. Now we have to build our wallet setup. So we'll take a variable called wallet context provider, and we'll say FC. In that we have to simply provide, we'll say children React node, and it's going to be a callback function. So inside we have to simply pass the child. Let's bring it back. We have to pass children, and we have to simply build the logic. So in that we're going to take a variable called auto connect, and this is we are getting from the use auto connect function. Then we have to take another one, and in that we're going to call the network, and this network configuration is coming from our custom network configuration which we have built, which we're going to build. So let's import that, use network configuration. So these are the two custom function we have called. Now let's take another variable called network, and here we have to find out that which network user have connected, and in that case we're going to use our library. So we're going to take this network configuration and we have to say wallet adapter network. So this will give us the information that which network we have connected. Now we can take a variable called original endpoint. So this is nothing but our RPC endpoint. So when the user will connect with the mainnet, testnet or devnet, so this particular data we have to update with that RPC endpoint, and which we go to pass our context management. So it's going to know that this is the network user have connected. So here we have to simply call this use memo, and it's going to take the callback function. So in that we have to simply pass the cluster API URL. In that we have to pass the network, and we have to call this every time whenever the user changes network. So we're going to take this array and that we're going to pass this network. So this is the simple function we have. So whenever the user will change, it will automatically take the RPC endpoint and going to set this. So let's take another variable called let end point, because we are dealing with the three networks. And the reason why I'm taking this particular variable, because the network RPC endpoint, this particular wallet provider will give you for the mainnet is not working, it's depreciated. So we cannot use the old RPC endpoint for the mainnet, but it's working fine on the testnet or devnet. So that's why we have to hard code the data for the mainnet. So that's why we're going to take this if statement. So we'll say if network equal to the main beta, if that's the object we'll get, then we have to simply set the endpoint to our hardcode RPC endpoint, which we can get from the AppBar. So for the time being, I'll go with this hardcode text URL. Later I will simply copy and paste the RPC endpoint, but let's do that. Continue RPC endpoint. Else if network equal to the devnet, then we have to build the endpoint, and this is the endpoint for the devnet, same. And now we have to do the same thing for the testnet as well, the original endpoint. So this is the simple logic we have built. So if there is a network by the name called mainnet, then we have to render the custom RPC endpoint. Otherwise we can go with the default one. Looks pretty fine. So this is the one which we have to get from the AppBar, because right now AppBar is the only provider which give you to create a Solana RPC endpoint for free. Now this looks fine. Now we can come back here. Let's build the logic. So we'll take a variable called wallet. We'll say use memo, and that we have to provide all the wallet provider. It's gonna take a callback function. So in that we're gonna pass the wallet provider as a form of array. So we'll use this new phantom wallet adapter. We have to do with the same thing with the other wallet. We'll say sol wallet adapter, then we'll say this new sol tid wallet adapter, bring it down. We'll say new solid extension wallet adapter, then we'll take the another one called Tors wall adapter. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. So we got done with the wallet provider, and here we have to simply call whenever the network get changes, we have to simply recall this particular hook. So we are done with the packages. All of the packages we have installed. We have built our wallet provider. Here we have the network configuration and the wallet configuration. Now we can come back here. Let's build a function called const on error. So when we'll get an error, we have to handle that as well. So we're going to use this use callback. It will take a callback function. We'll call it wallet error, and here we have to build the condition. So we'll call this notify, and that we have to simply pass the error type and the error message. So we'll say type error message is going to be the error message which we are getting. So we'll say if error.message exists, then we have to simply format that, because it's going to have multiple data. So we'll take a template literal, and we'll take the dollars and we'll say error.name. What is the name of the error? Then we have to take the error.message, and finally we have to take the error name. So this is the simple message construction, and these are the types we're going to receive in our notify component, which we're going to build in a while. So just wait. So looks pretty good. We are done with this on error function, and we can simply come back here and let's console log out the error object to see in our terminal if anything goes wrong, so we can debug it better. And we can call this one when the user will switch their account. So we are done with this. Close this one. Now we can come back here, close this one by one, and this looks good. Now come back here, we'll take this return, and in that we have to simply build our connection provider. So in that we have to simply pass the endpoint. In this way, what will happen that our network, the entire application will know that which network we have connected. So the endpoint we are passing, let's close this endpoint, close this connection provider, and inside that we have to simply take the setup for the wallet provider. So we'll say wallet provider wallet. In that we have to pass the wallets, and we have to pass the on error. And the reason you can see that I'm getting this suggestion because I have GitHub Copilot in my computer, and that's the extension which suggesting me. So looks pretty good, and I can add this auto connect, and I can simply connect, close this one. So I can see something wrong. Let's close this one. That's fine. Come back here, let's close this. Then we have to take this React UI wallet model provider, close that one. Inside that we have to pass the children, and then close this particular one. So this is the setup we have to do for our connection provider, which will do only one thing. It will allow to connect with the network. So we have the connection, we have the provider configuration, we have the error handling, we have the auto connector, and then the rewrite component. Now we can come back here and we have to simply export. So we'll say export const connection provider, we'll say fc. Inside that we're gonna call the children, and I can call this react node. It will take a callback function, we'll say children, and let's build the logic. So we have to return. So inside that I'm going to take this fragment. Let's remove this one. Let's take this fragment, and here we have to take this network configuration provider. Let's close that. Inside that I'm going to take this auto connect provider. Let's close this one, and we have to take our wallet context provider, and we have to simply pass the children in the wallet context provider, and that's the only thing we have to do. I hope you guys have understood that what it's exactly we are doing here. We have this particular library, then we have taken this to one, then we have the like wallet provider, then we have the wallet support, we have this network configuration and custom hooks, custom statement we have written, and finally we are simply returning the context provider. Pretty fine. So we are done with this. Come back here. Now we have to move to the auto connect provider because that's what we are using in our context provider. So let's come back here and let's work on that. So simply remove this one. We have to import, and this time we're going to get from the Solana / wallet adapter, and we'll have the React. Inside that we're going to receive use local storage, because when the user will connect we have to store the information that what network he has connected, mainnet, devnet or testnets. That's what we're going to store it, and we're going to define some p-value in that. Then we have to import, and this is also coming from React. In that we're going to receive this fc. We'll take this React context, React node, we'll say use context. Come back here, let's export, and we'll take this interface, we'll say auto connect context state. So we have to manage the state, that whether the user is connected or not, what is the state of the auto connect, because when the application will open for the very first time it's going to be default, but when he will interact with our application we're going to set some of the states, and we'll get the information from the local storage to define our state. So that's what we are defining here. So it's going to be, let's say, auto, it's going, connection is going to be boolean, and here we have to build the function. We'll say set auto connect, and it's going to be a dynamic one. So we'll say auto connect is going to be a boolean, and we'll say void. So that's the simple interface we have, which will keep the state. Now we can come back here. Let's export const auto connect context. We'll take this create context, and that we have to simply take this auto connects context state which we have built in the interface, and we have to simply, we'll take this callback. Inside that we'll say empty object, and then we'll say as auto connect context state. That's the simple to build our create context. That's what we have done. Now we can come back here. We'll say export, and let's build the function. We'll say use auto connect. This is what we are utilizing in our context provider. Now we have to simply call this auto connect context state, and that we have to simply return the use context, and we have to pass the auto connection context, auto connect context. So that's the function. Now we can come back here. We'll take this export const auto connect provider fc, in that we have to pass the children, and let's call this react node, and we'll have a callback function, in that we have to define the children. Let's wrap this, and it's going to be a function. So we'll take a variable. Let's take this auto connect, set auto connect, and this is coming from our use local storage, and we'll call this key pair called auto connect, and by default is going to be a true. So this is just the setup we are doing for our auto connect provider. This is just how we have to write the TypeScript code. If it's create any confusion, just continue, keep coding and build the entire application. After that, try to analyze, because these are the simple structure. It's not that complicated. Okay. And this is the best way to learn any language, any programming. Just build the project, and after that analyze. Once you do that, you will have a better understanding of every single component which you're going to utilize, every single variables. Everything will make sense, that what is extend, what is this fc, what is this interface. Everything is very easy. Just build along with me. We are doing nothing but just declaring the variable and setting some of the predefined value, and now we can simply return, and we have to return our auto connect context provider, and we have to simply pass the value which we want to receive in our provider. So these are the value we are receiving, auto connect, and we have this set auto connect. It's quite simple, just like the way we follow in the normal React context. That's good. So that's the entire setup we have to do. So this is that interface, then we have auto connect context, and we have the hook and all of this. So we are done with this. Now we have to come back to the network configuration, and it's going to be having the similar structure. So let's do that very quickly. So we're going to receive couple of packages. First, we have to receive the Solana wallet adapter React, and that we need the use local storage, because we have to get the information from the local storage. Then we have to simply import the React, and in that we need the create context fc React node, and we'll need this use context. Then come back here. Let's define the interface. We'll say interface network configuration state, and in that we can take this network configuration, and we'll say string. Then we're going to build the function called set network configuration. Inside that we have to define the network configuration, the one which we have defined above, but let's call this string, and we'll say void. So that looks pretty fine. Hope you guys understood that what we are exactly doing. We are following the similar structure which we have followed in the auto connect provider. So let's do it very quickly. We'll take this export const, and let's build that network configuration context, we'll take this create context, and we have to simply pass our network configuration state. So let's define that network configuration state. Then we have to take this empty object and we have to say as network configuration state. So that's the network configuration state context. Now we can come back here. We'll take this export function, use network configuration and network configuration state. In that we have to simply return our use context. It's a use context, and that we have to simply pass this network configuration context. Simple. Come back here. Now we have to take another export. We'll say network configuration provider. It's gonna be an FC, and then we have to simply pass the children, and we'll say React node, and it's gonna be taking a callback function. Inside that we'll pass the children, and then we have to define. So we'll define the network configuration and set network configuration, and this is coming from our use local storage. In that we have to define that it's connected with the network, and we have the second one is the devnet. So this is what we have in the network. Then we have to simply return the network configuration provider. We have to set the couple of values. Let's say provider, let's set the value, and then we have to simply pass the network configuration and set network configuration, and simply close this one. Inside that we have to pass the children. So that's the simple setup we have to do for the network configuration. Not that like big. Okay, it's a simple setup which will tell us, which will get the information from our local storage, then define all of this setup in our network. So we are done with this entire context. We're done with the auto connector. Then we have the context provider, and the network configuration is also done. So these are the important features which we have to build first for our context. That is good. Close this one, and now we have to move to the hook. And here we have to build a couple of logic. So let's build that quickly. First we have to import a couple of things from React. So we need this use router from next router, and then we have to import the, let's say, and this is coming from our the models type. So in that we have to define that what type of networks we're going to have in our applications. So we're going to have mainnet, devnet, or testnet. So let's define this models. So come back here in the model, and let's define that. So let's call this one, let's call this export type. Let's call it type is going to be endpoint types, and we're going to have these three different types. So first one is going to be the mainnet, second one is going to be the devnet, and third one is going to be the local net. So these are the three different type of we're going to have it. Simply copy, and that's the what we're going to need in our query. Paste here. Looks fine. Now we can come back here. So we got our endpoint type. Come here. Let's export default function. We'll say use query context, and it's going to be a callback function. In that we have to first take the router, use router. Inside the router we have the data, so we're going to take this call, let's call the cluster, and this particular cluster is coming from router, called router dot query. And then we have come here, and let's build the endpoint, and we'll say cluster. If the cluster is there, then we have to take this cluster and we have to import it as a endpoint types, and we'll say mainnet. Got it? I hope you guys have understood that what exactly we are doing here. We are getting the cluster from the query, then we are checking and building the endpoint based on the endpoint types we have defined. If we have, then go with the types, otherwise go with the mainnet. That's the simple if else statement we have. So we're done with that. Now we can come back here. We'll take another variable called has cluster option, and in that we have to take this endpoint. We'll say if it's not equal to the mainnet. So that's the option we're going to define. Then we can come back here, we'll build this fmt url with cluster, and it's going to be a callback function. In that we're going to receive the url, and we're going to build a logic. So we can come here, we'll take this if has cluster option, then we have to simply take this mark, and we have to simply call look for this. So we'll take the url, and on that we're going to call this include function, and we have to search for the question. If it's there, I hope you guys can understand that how query exactly form in the url. We add the question, then we add the and to add multiple queries. So that's exactly the same thing we are doing here. We are looking for the question, and on the base of that we are building the query and adding this. Then we can come back here and let's return that. So we'll take this decoded URI component, and all we have to do is to simply pass the URL mark, and we have to pass the simply the cluster endpoint which is coming from the cluster. So this will give us the URL. Now we have to simply come back here, and we have to finally return the URL, and we can simply come back here, and we're going to simply call this return. Inside that we have to take this fmt URL with cluster, and that's the only thing we have to do here. So this will give us the endpoint which we want to return from this particular one based on the network user are connected. That's a simple. We are getting some information from the router, then we are building the constructor, checking for the condition whether it's a mainnet or testnet. If it's mainnet, then go with that, otherwise we have to go with the default setups and building the query. And then we are using this decoded URI component to construct our URL. Pretty good. Now we can do one thing. Looks fine. We are done with this query context, and that's the only thing we have to do. So we are done with this particular hook query context. We are done with the model. Close this one, close this one. We are done with this. Now we have to move to the next one, store. And here we have to manage our notification error for the notification, and here we have to manage our notification. So when the user will do the transfer or any type of error occur, that's what we're going to manage it, and we're going to manage the balance of the user as well. So let's come back to the notification and let's work on that. So we'll have to import a couple of things. So we need to import, we'll call it zoo stand, and then we need this create, and we're going to have some like state. Then we can come back here, let's import the produce, and this is coming from our immer. Again, these libraries are really powerful. Again, I would suggest you that after completing this project you have to check each one of the library, that what are the extra features it provide. They have tons of feature which you can use it, but I'm going with the basic approach. After this project you complete, make sure to check every single library. Let's define the interface. So we can call this interface notification store. We have to extend, we'll say state, and then we have to define. So the notification is going to be, let's say, array type, and in that we can simply pass the type, so the data. So type first is going to be have a type, so it's going to be a string, then it's going to be have the message, then it will have the description, it's also be a string type, and then we're going to have this ID. And let's give this question, because sometimes what happens, the data takes a little bit time, so if it takes time, so we want to prevent that. And here we'll say string. So these are the things we have. Okay, I forgot to remove this, add this column, remove this, select all, and remove this. That looks fine. So that's our interface for the notification. Now we can come back here and let's call this set, and in that we have to simply take this x and we'll say any void. So all we have to do is to simply call, and it's going to simply update that. So pretty fine. Looks good. Come back here, let's take a variable called use notification, and let's build the create, and in that we have to simply pass the notification. We'll say set and get. It's gonna take the callback function. In that we have to define the notification, So it's gonna be an array, and we'll call the function. We'll say set fun, and we'll have a function called set produce, and that will pass the function. Simple. So this is our create function. Let's bring it back and save it. I hope you guys can understand that what exactly we are doing here. We are just building the setup, defining our interface, and then setting the variables and doing the configuration so later we can utilize in our component. That's a simple structure we have here. So this is the notification store, and here we have to simply provide this one. Okay, this is the general convention we generally follow, and cut and paste here. That's good. Now we have everything's good. Now we can come back here. Let's call this export default, use notification store, and that's we are done with this entire notification component. All we have to do is to call this component, pass the information like type, message, description, ID, and is going to pass to our component, and it will display all the data. Pretty good. All of this we have. Now we can come back here. Now we have to work on the next one, use user soul balance. So that's also we're going to manage in our store. You can do it right in the front end, but it's always better to take this approach to manage, build an internal store, and we can manage that. So let's remove this one and let's build that. So first we're going to import, and this import will come from same library, jet stand, and that we need this create, and we're going to receive the, let's say, state. Then we can come back here. Let's import the, and this time we'll get from the Solana web3.js. We need the connection, we need the public key, and we need the lem per soul. So this particular variable we're going to use it to calculate the decimal and all the point. Now we can come back here. Let's take the interface, and we have to do the same thing which we have done in the earlier one. So we'll take this user soul balance store, extend state, and in that we have to define. So it's going to be a balance. By default it will be a number, and we'll take this get user soul balance, in that we have to say the public key, and we have to define. So I'm going to get like this, the public key, and let's take this one, and I'll say it's coming from the public key. So I'm going to redefine, and this is going to be connection, it's connection, and we'll say this. So this will give us the balance of the user. So this is what I have. Now we can come back here. Let's take this use user soul balance store, and we use this create. We'll pass the interface we have built, and then we have to simply follow the same structure. We'll say set get, and in that we're going to have a callback function. In that we have to define that. So we'll define our balance. By default is going to be a 0. Then we'll take this get user soul balance, it's going to be an async. In that we'll take this public key, the modified one, public key, take this one, public key, and we'll have our connection. This is the one. Once we have the public key and connection, then we have to simply build the logic. So we'll take this let balance is equal to 0, but we're going to simply check in based on the condition. So we'll take a try and catch, and here we have to build the logic. So we'll say balance await connection dot get balance, and that we have to simply pass the public keys, and we'll pass the confirm. So this will return the balance of the user, and once we have the balance, we have to simply multiply with the variable lumber per soul, lamb pot per soul. So this will give us the multiplied amount, and that's what we are updating. If anything goes wrong, then we have to simply catch that, and we'll simply log it in the console so we can see what exactly went wrong. And that's pretty much. Now we can come back here, and we can simply call this set, and that will pass the information. So we'll pass the balance to the equal to the balance, and we're gonna simply console log the balance. So we'll say balance balance, and let's provide this. So this will console logout and set. Now we can come back here and we have to simply export our user sol balance store. And that's the only thing we have to do for setting the store for our user balance. Whenever he will change or connect with the network, that's what we're going to simply do it. Pretty good. So we are done with this most important functionality in our context management for stating the stores, providing the relevant informations. So we are done with this context. We are done with this hook. We are done with the model. We are done with the store, and we are to build the error explore error and notification error, because once the transaction will complete, we have to find out that which network user have connected, so we can display the actual explore URL, so he or she can go to the explorer, and there they can verify the transaction. I hope you can see that in the notification we are providing the explore URL. So that's what we're going to utilize it, and we have already built the functionality for our FMT query. Okay, I hope you guys haven't forgot that. So let's come back here. Let's import a couple of things. So this time we're going to import the public key from the web3.js, and we'll import the transaction. Then we can come back here. Let's build a export function. We'll say get explorer URL. In that we have to build the endpoint. In that we take this string. Then we'll take this view type or items address. It's going to be an inspector, else it will be a public key or string. So these are three different types we have. Then we have the item type is going to be an address. So this is the simple interface we have, simple function we have. In that we have to simply take a variable called get cluster URL param, and it will take a callback function. In that we have to take this variable called let cluster. By default is going to be an empty string, and we can say if endpoint equal to local net, then we have to go with the cluster, and here we have to just build this particular endpoint. We'll take this custom and custom URL, and we have to define our simply endpoint. And so endpoint, so we're going to use this particular method called encoded URL component, and we have to simply pass this HTTP, it's not S, and we'll give our local IP. So this is the exact, mostly all the computer has the same local IP. Now we are done with that. Now we can come back here. Let's build the else statement, and if endpoint is equal to HTTPS, means the devnet, will say api.dev.solana.com. then we have to simply call this cluster to the devnet, and at the end we're going to simply return the cluster. And here we have to build the condition. We'll take this if cluster exists, then we take this question cluster. We'll take our dynamic data, and then we have to simply pass the cluster, and else is gonna be nothing. And finally we have to return the explorer. So we'll take this HTTP explorer.solana.com slash item type slash view type or item address, and at the end we're going to simply have our get cluster URL param. So we'll take all of this data, and it's going to give us the URL, and which we're going to simply assign here. So simple logic. Hope you guys have understood that what logic we are built here. It's going to return the URL of the particular explorer depending on the network user have connected, which we can simply redirect the user to verify the transaction. So we are done with this explorer. Now we can come back to the notification. And again, I'm telling you, if it sounds complicated, you guys don't understand anything, simply continue with the project. Everything will make sense once you will build the entire project, and you will see that how data is flowing from one component to other. So looks pretty fine. Now we can start working on the notification component. So let's come back here. Let's import use notification store, and this is coming from slash store slash use notification store. Now simply remove this one. We have to say export function notify. In that we're going to simply receive the new notification. It will have the type. So these are the information we have passed. I hope you guys haven't forgot that. And now we have to receive. So we have to receive the type, the message, and we have to receive the description as well. And it's going to be a string, and the last one is going to be the transaction ID. Is going to be a string. So these are the information we are receiving. Now we can come back here. We'll take a variable call, and this is coming from the use notification store. We'll call this get state, and we'll get this notification and set. We'll say set notification store. Simply we are getting the use notification store. From there we are getting this get state, and these are the two things we are getting. Now we can utilize this to simply set the data in our state. Now we can come back here. We'll take a state notification store, and that we're going to simply pass the state. It will have the notification. Let's call this to array, and then we're going to take the callback function, and that we have to simply define the state. So it will take the state dot notification, and we'll have to simply deconstruct the notification object, and we have to simply update the data. So type is going to be the success, and we'll take this another one, notification. So that looks pretty good, pretty fine, and this is the URL. Pretty good. So that's the only thing we have to do. Hope you guys have understood that what logic we have followed. We have built our notification state, we have built the hook, context. All of this looks pretty fine. Let's have a quick look. We have all of this. Then we have the network configuration is good, the hook is also good. Then we have the model, we have the store and the balance store, and here we have the utils, and this is the entire notification component. So this will return success, failure, and all the information. Let's close this one. And now we can come back here in the component, and now we have to work on the app bar. So this is what we're going to work now. So if we come back to the pages, and if you go to this app.txt, here we have built all of that. Before we do that, let me show you one thing. So this looks pretty fine. We have no issue in here. I have simply commented this app footer because we haven't coded, and if I simply call this component, it's going to throw an error. So this looks pretty fine. And I have also found a couple of bugs which we're going to fix out when I was testing. So if I bring it back, if I come back to the application, this is what I'm getting. You can see this is the document error I'm getting. So simply come here, comment this out. So this is looks good. Now we have to do a little bit changes in our context provider, because I was stuck for a while to find out that why I was getting this particular error. So this is fine. Close this one. Now come back to the context provider, and here we have to do minor changes. So this auto connector provider is fine. Come back to the context provider, and here you have to do the changes. So I have written that. Let me show you what are the changes you have to do. So first changes you have to do is, you can see this is what we have. All you have to do is to simply cut and wrap this, because we have to call this hook whenever the network changes, and that's the information we have to provide in our cluster API URL. So this is what you have to do, first change, and that's what you have to do, cluster network. And the second change you have to do here, it's not BETE, it's BETA, because that's the data we'll get from the provider as a name. And here we have to do the changes. So right now you can see I have already done the changes, like context provider, it's not connection provider, but earlier it was connection provider. So change this to context provider and save it. Once you're done with the save, you will see this is how our application looks pretty fine. It's blank and no error we have. Means our entire context setup is done. And now we can start working in our front end and bring all the functionality. So this looks pretty fine. Now we can come back here in the app bar, and here we're going to do all the magic. So this is what I have here. Let's make the screen side by side so you guys can see what exactly we are working on. So let's do one thing. Let's import a couple of things from React FC. Then we have to import, we need the icon, and this is coming from our next link. Then we have to import the network switch component, which will allow the user to simply switch between test, dev, or main. Now we can simply remove this one and let's export. We'll say export const AppBar, and we'll take this FC. So we can simply pass the props and we have to return it. So let's change this to export and come back here. Let's take a menu because we have to display different menu. So let's take an array. So we'll take const menu. It's going to be an array of object. So we'll take this one to name will be home, and link is going to be the hash home, because the user will click on the menu and it will go to different section. So simply replicate this, change this to tools, change small. This will be features, this will be small, and this one is price, small, and replicate it one more time, and this will be the FAQ, small. So looks pretty good. We have all of this. Now we can come back here and build the actual J6. So we'll say return. In that we're going to take a div. It will have a header tag, it will have a class, an ID. So we'll add an ID to nav bar sticky. It will have a class called nav bar. Inside the header we have to take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a nav. It will have an anchor, and it will have a class called logo. Inside that we have to display our image, and the image is coming from our assets. We'll say slash images slash logo1.png, and somehow the images are not displaying. So let's assign a class called width 10, and let's call this, sorry, height 10, and this will be logo, and it's not displaying. Let's do this inspect element. Let's bring it down. Let's expand it. Let's bring in it. So I know what is the problem. So we can come back here in the app, and here I have to bring this particular component back. So I commented this. So let's bring it back, save it, and there it is. You can see our header looks pretty fine. That blurry styling and the image is displaying. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called ms auto flex item center padding x 2.5. Again, if you don't know about these classes, you can simply check in the Tailwind CS documentation. There everything is mentioned, but I would encourage you to complete the project. After that, do all the testing or check that what this particular variable stand for, and that way you will have a proper idea. Okay, so just follow the project. After that, you can clear all your doubt once the application is running, because your priority to focus and complete the project and make the application workable. After that, you can do all the experiment. Then we have to take this on the last screen, I would say hidden. Inside the div we'll take the button, and it will have a class. Let's call this one to hs collapse toggle. Will have a background default, and it will have 100 by 5. Then we'll have the inline flex, we'll have a height 9, we'll have a width 12, and we'll have a item center justify center. We'll have a rounded medium border, we'll have a border dash white, and it will have a 20. That's it. Now we can come here and let's add a type is going to be a button, and we have to open the menu on the mobile screen. So let's add the data type, data hatch collapse, and it will have a ID called mobile menu. And let's add this data hs type is going to be collapse, and there it is. You can see there is a button we have. Now we can come here and let's display our icon. So we'll take this data lucid, we'll say menu, We'll have a class called stoke white. Inside that we'll display our icon, so we'll say new menu. Okay, I did a mistake. So instead of getting from the next link, we have to get from the React. So remove this one, and I need to get this icon from the React icon slash lu. There it is. So we got the button. Looks pretty fine. Now we can come out of this button. So that's button, come out of the div. Now we'll take a div, we'll have a class. Now we have to display the menu, which we're going to display and open based on the click. And we're going to also display on the desktop mode as well. So we'll take this HS, let's call this HS collapse. It will have max auto, margin top 2 pixels, hidden, we'll have a grow, and this will call the base full, item center, justify center, and this will have the transition all, duration is going to be 300, and on the last screen we want this margin top to be 0, and it will have the, let's say, large flex. Okay, just bring it back and we'll say large is gonna be a flex. It will have the large base auto. Inside that we're gonna simply take this, come inside the div, let's take the ID and we'll say mobile menu. So when the user will click, we have to trigger. Inside the div we have to take this UL and we'll have a ID. Let's call this nav bar, nav list. It will have a class called nav bar nav. Inside that we'll take our array and we have to simply render it. So we'll call it list index is going to be an instant return, and then we'll take the li. It will have the class called nav item. It will have a key called index. Inside that we have to take this anchor and we have to simply provide a class called nav link, and we'll have a link, so let's call href, and we have to simply provide our link. So when the user will click, it's going to go to that particular section. Now inside that we have to display the name of the menu, save it. If you click, it's going to open pretty beautiful. If you make on that, that looks good. That's responsive. Now we have to display the button, so we can come back here. Let's display this network switch. Close this one, and here we have to also send the props. So let's come down here. We'll send the props dot children, and that's what we're going to design next. So network switch, so user can switch between different network. So we're done with this app bar, the navigation, pretty fine. Now come back to the network switch and let's start working on this. So in this we have to receive few things. So we have to receive the FC, then we have to import the dynamic rendering component, and this is dynamic rendering component, that's why we are using this next dynamic. And then we can come back here and then we have to say import, and we have to import our context network configuration provider. In that we have to simply receive our use network configuration. Now we have to do the internal import. Simply cut this and paste here. Now we can come back here, we have to say import, we'll say network switch svg. We have to literally get our icon, so svg, which is coming from svg folder. So if you open this one and go to the svg, and that's what we are importing. So let's import this one. Instead of create, we have to get this network switch svg, and that's what we are importing. Now we can come back here and let's change this to fc. Come here, we have to take a variable, and here what we're going to do is we're going to use our switch use network configuration, and in that we have to simply receive the network configuration and set network configuration. Now we can simply start working on our return component. We'll take this, let's change this to dynamic, and in that we have to simply pass. So we can, it will have a callback function, and that we can simply pass our promise dot resolve. In that we'll simply pass our network switch, and we'll pass this src to false. Good. Now we can simply work on the network configuration. So we can load this component dynamically. So now we will take this fragment, let's have a input type is going to be a check box, and let's have an ID. we'll call it check box. Then we can come back here and take this label. It will have a class called switch. Inside that we'll have the selection, and we don't need this name. We'll have a value, and this will call network configuration. Let's remove the ID, and here we have to add this on change, and the base of on change we have to simply set the network. So we already have the function, so we'll take this event, we'll call this set network configuration. In that we have to simply pass the value, so e.targeted value, and based on the value we have to simply connect, and by default we'll go with the devnet. There it is. Let's have a class called select max width small, and we'll have a border none, and background is going to be transparent, and outline is going to be 0. There it is, circle. Now inside that we have to define the options, the 3 options we're going to define. So mainnet, testnet, and devnet. So let's call mainnet beta, and we'll say main, replicate it and change the value. So this will be devnet, and this is going to be the testnet, and change this to test dev. These names are very important. You have to give the exact name because this is what we are triggering in our context. And if you click, you can have this option, and you can switch to different network. Right now you can see I'm getting this option error because we haven't defined the mainnet RPC endpoint, and it's trying to fetch that the RPC endpoint. So if I take you back to the context, come back here in the context provider, and here you can see that it's working fine on the devnet or testnet, but we haven't provided the URL for the mainnet. That's why it's giving this error. So let's do one thing. Let's get the URL RPC endpoint. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open a new tab, reload it. Still I'm getting this error, so I'm going to simply open a new tab. So simply ignore this one, open a new tab and open Acme. So it's a Web3 provider which you can use to build your Web3 application. Right now what I have found that most of the RPC endpoint providers are charging small amount of fee for using the Solana, but Acme is quite free, which you can use it. So make sure to create an account and get into your dashboard. So I have created my account. I have already created a couple of projects. That's all project you will find. So if I click on here, view all apps, you will see all the project which I have created, and I have already created for the Solana. So I will show you one more time that how you can create. So click on this app, and let me delete one project because right now I can create only 6, not more than that. So let me delete one. So let's delete this Gorilla one because I have not using Gorilla in another project. So simply copy, simply type bot and delete. Once you have less than 6, you will have this option to call create new. So I'll click on this, select the network. So I'll go with the Solana, then pick the main or dev. I'll go with the main, and you can give a short description for yourself for having. I'll call it main and call create app. So once you will create, it's going to give you this API key. Click here, and we need this. So you have these 2 options like WebSocket and RPC endpoint, but I'm going to use RPC endpoint. So simply copy this and come back to the here, and we have to simply provide the URL. Again, once you download the final source code, I'm going to provide it, or you can simply create your own and get your own. So if I reload the page, come back here. If I reload the page, you will see right now we don't have any error. So the network looks pretty fine. You can switch to different network and reload the page. You will have no issue. Do the same thing. So whenever you are changing, it's getting automatically triggered and try to connect with the network. So pretty fine. So this looks good. Now come back here and close this one. So we are done with this switch network. That's the only thing we have to do here. We'll build this dynamic block, and we'll have the setups ready. Now close this one. Now we can come back here. So we are done with this AppBar. We are done with the switch network. Now we have to work on the notification, so we can display whenever any error take place. So before we continue ahead and start working on the functionality, we have to know that what exactly happening whenever we make any mistake. So let's work on the notification component because this one is quite big. So let's work on this. So first thing we're going to do is we have to import few things from React. We need this use effect and use state. Then we can come back here. We have to import the hierarchy icons, React outline, and from there we have to get this, let's call the check circle icon, info exclamation circle icon, and we have this X circle icon. Then we have to import the Herokin icon solid. We'll nick this X icon, and then we have to simply import the use notification store that's coming from the store use notification. Then we have to import the use config connection, and that's coming from the wallet adapter react. Then we have to import the use network configuration, and it's coming from the context provider. So let's call this context slash network configuration provider. We got all of these imports. Now we can come back here. Let's do the internal import, and we can call this import. We'll link this notification svg file, the icon, and now we can come and change this to fc. We'll call this list, change here, and let's take a variable called use notification store, and that we have to simply pass a callback function, and we have to receive the notification, and we have to receive the set notification. Then we can come back here. Let's build this reversed notification, and we have to first deconstruct the notification, so we have to simply reverse that. So we'll take a class, and it will have a class called pointer, event none, fixed, inset 0, z index 20. We'll have a flex item end, and we'll have padding x is going to be 4 pixels, padding y is going to be 6 pixels, and on small screen we'll have a padding 6. So that's the classes on the main div. Now we can remove this. We'll take a div, it will have a class, and we'll call this one is flex with full flex call. Inside that we'll take the dynamic block, and we have to simply call our component. So we'll call this reverse notification, and we have to simply loop over it. So we'll take this data and the id, and then we have to build this particular internal component we're going to build. So let's call the internal component. We haven't built yet, but we're going to build it, and let's pass all of the data we're going to receive in this component. So let's call this notification. Let's send the data. So we have to send the first thing is going to be the key, and the key will come in the form of this. So we'll have this dynamic data. We'll take this, the message, then we have to call this transaction id, then we'll have a type. So whether it's a, let's say, type, so it will return whether the success or failure. Then we have to pass the message. We'll have the end dot message, then we'll take the description, which is already there, the description, and at the end we have to take the transaction id, and this will call end dot transaction id, and we will have a on height function. In that we have to simply build, we'll say this set notification, in that we have to simply pass the state, we'll say any, and we'll take a callback function. In that we have to simply provide the variables. We'll take this reserve index, we'll take the reserve notification, we have to check for the length, and then we have to simply get the id. Then we have to take the state, we'll call this notification, and in that we have to simply pass the data in the form of array. So first we have to deconstruct the notification, and we have to slice it down to a small character. So we'll pass the reverse index length, and we have to do the same thing with the other way. So we'll take this notification slice, and we'll pass this reserve +1. Simple logic to have the function and the data. So now we have to simply get this particular function working. So we have to build this internal function right up here. So copy, and that's what we're going to build it here. So we'll take this const notification, and we have to receive all of the data. So first one is going to be type, second one is going to be the message, third one is going to be the description, and then we're going to have a transaction id and the function we have built. Let's code that. So first thing we have to come here, and we'll take a variable called connection, and this connection is coming from use connection. Then we can come back here, const use network we'll take a we'll take this use network configuration. Let's remove this to network only, and it's coming from the use network configuration. Then we can come back here, we'll take this use effect, and we already have a function which we have passed as a prop. That's what we're going to call it. So we'll take this id and we'll call this set timeout, and in that we have to simply call the function we have built. Then we're going to simply provide the time. It's going to be an 8-second. Then we can come back here, we'll take simply return, and we have to simply call this clear interval. We'll pass the id once we're done with that, and we have to simply call this whenever on hidden function get called and trigger. Now we can come back here, we'll take this return, and we have to simply work on the JSX. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called bkg1, will have a pointer event none auto, then we'll have z index 50, then we'll have max 4 margin, top 2 margin, bottom 12, we'll have width full, we'll have max width small, overflow hidden, then we'll have a rounded MD, we'll have a background, we're going to have our branding color 0A1023, then we'll have a padding 2 pixels on, we'll have a shadow large ring 1. Inside that we're gonna take the div, it will have a class, we'll have a padding 4. Inside the div we'll take a class, it will have a flex item center. Inside the div we'll take a div, it will have a class called flex shrink. I hope you guys can hear the noise. She's my niche, she's out the door and she's shouting, so keep working, okay. Flex string 0. Inside the div we're going to take the dynamic data, we'll say type if equal to error, then we have to display the different icon. So we'll say if type is equal to success, then we'll display check circle icon, and we have to assign the classes. So we'll have a class called, let's say, text success, then we'll have the margin 1 right 1, and height is going to be 8 and width is going to be 8. Else we're going to have the null, let's call null. So that's the first one. Simply copy paste here and change this to information circle and change this to info. Change the color type is going to be info. Now we have to do the same thing for the error. Copy and paste here, change this to error, and this will be called X circle icon, and this is the error. So this is the component we have. Now we can come back here, come out of the div, and we'll take a div, it will have a class called margin left 2, width 0, flex 1. Inside the div we'll take a class called text fgd1, will have a font bold. Inside the we'll have a message. Now we can come here, we'll take a div, we'll take a dynamic block, and we'll say if description exists, then we'll take a p, it will have a class called text fgd2, margin top 0.5, text small. Inside that we're going to display our description, else null. So that's the description if exists. Now we have to take another dynamic block for the transaction ID. We'll say if exists, then we have to take a div, it will have a class called flex row. Inside that we'll take an anchor, and we have to simply take the dynamic URL because that's what we're going to provide. So we'll say http/explorer r.solana.com transaction, and then we have to simply provide our we have to simply concatenate. So we'll take this transaction ID plus we have our cluster. So we'll take this cluster, in that we have to simply pass the dynamic data, which is the network configuration. This will have the data of that particular network and the transaction. Let's have a target to be a next window, and we'll have this real none referable. It will have a class called link Ancient, we'll have the link, flex, we'll have flex row. Inside that, we have to display the notification SBC icon, then we have to display the data. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called margin X for flex. Inside that, we're going to display our transaction ID and we have to simply slice it down to 8 characters. So we'll say 00, and we'll have the last one is going to be sliced. This will be transaction dot length minus 8 from the last. Pretty good. Now we can come back here and we'll go with the else main now. That looks good. Pretty fine. So that's the entire notification component we have. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called margin left for flex. Flex string 0. We'll have self start. Inside the div we'll take our button and it will have a on click function. Inside that we're going to simply call this on hide and it will have a class called bkg2 and we'll have a transition text transition. We have text fg2, overflow is going to be text fgd4, and we'll have this inline is going to be flex rounded medium. We'll have focus is going to be outline none, and we can display the span. It will have a class called sr only. Inside that we'll say close and save it. Then come down here and we can display our icon, the close icon, provide height, width, and that's the only thing we have to assign. Pretty good. Hope you guys can understand. First we have imported these hooks, the icons, then we have the network configuration, the setups we have done, we are getting this notification, then we are reserving it for the latest one, and that's all the setup. This is the internal component and passing all of the data. Then we have the internal component receiving the props. Looks good. This is the hook which will be triggered on the on hide, and here we have simply built our entire dynamic component. Hope you guys can understand that what exactly we have done. And here we have all of this. This is the close button. Close that one. Now if you come back here, I can see here I have made a mistake, so simply come back here, copy this one, and that's what we can simply pass here and save it. So that's the only thing you have to do. This is absolutely fine and no problem we have. So if I come back, reload the page, you can see I'm getting this particular warning. I know instead of MAO I have to say P map. Save it, come back here, and there is no problem we have. It looks pretty fine. Now we can start working on the component. So come close this one. We are done with this switch, we are done with this network, we are done with the header. Now we're going to work on the footer. Welcome back once again. I had a good 20 minutes break and here we are starting again. So this is where we left in the last section. Our navigation is working fine. We have all this. We can simply click and off. Now we can start working on our footer component. So first thing we have to do is we have to import couple of things from React FC. Then we have to import, and we have to import the use form because we have to allow the user to send emails, and we have to import the React icons. In that we're going to import like TI social, and this will call Facebook. Then we have to import LinkedIn. Then we have to import, let's say Twitter, and the last one is going to be YouTube. You can add as many social icons as you want, but I will go with the 4. Now we can come back here. This is what we have, and we're going to simply remove this and let's create a component. We'll call it export const footer. We'll take the FC. In that we have to simply provide the props, but right now we are not receiving any props, so we'll start working on the. Now we have to do the setup for our form sending email. So let's do the setup, and right now you just follow along with my credential, but at the end I will show you that how you can create your account in FormSphere and get your own key which you can simply assign and send the email. But right now just go with the structure which I am following, and I'm giving you my credential which you can use it. So let's come here, let's call this use form, and in that we have to provide our key. So this is my key for sending an email. You can use that. In that, we're going to receive few things. We're going to receive the state, and we'll receive the handle submit functional. So this is the function which we have to call to submit and send the email. And this particular state has all the method like succeeding, deploying, disable. That's all we have. So we got the form. Now we can come back here and let's take a if statement. In that, we have to simply send the message if the user send the successful email. So we'll say if state is succeed, then we have to simply return the thank you message. So in that, we're going to take this h1. Let's add a classes. So we'll call it medium text 5 pixel till tight. Then we have margin y 4 pixels. Then we'll have max width large, and we'll have text 4 pixel font medium. We'll have text white. Inside that, we can display our message. We'll say thanks for sending your message. Pretty good. So that looks fine. So we are done with the email. Now we can come back here, and now we have to declare the menu. So we're going to have two different menu. So let's take this as a form of array. Support center will have the customer support, we'll have about us, we'll have project, and we're going to have return policy. So these are the first set of menu we have. Simply copy, paste here and change this to 2. And now we have to simply change this all. Remove this one and let's take that. So we'll say press in queries. Then we'll have the next one is going to be social media support. Let's call it support. Then we can have image and b-roll. Then we'll have sitemap. You can define whatever you want as per your business. So we are done with this two menu. Now we can start working on the JSX. So we're going to take a footer tag, and we'll have a class called bg default 950 by 40. Then we'll have a background blur 3 pixel, and come back here in the pages, and here we have to simply activate our component. So if I come back here, if I go to the app.txt, so here it's commented. So let's bring it back and save it, and now it's working fine. So once you're done with that, now we can start continuing ahead in our JSX. So come back here, let's take a hey, and right now you cannot see because it's like behind the navigation bar, so we have to work ahead. So this looks pretty fine. Let's remove this one. Let's come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called container padding y 20 pixels. On a large devices, we'll say padding x 20. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called grid column 2. It will have a gap 10, and we'll have a large scheme. We'll have a grid column 12. We'll have a large called cap 16. There it is. You can see right dark color we have in our footer, and in that we're going to simply assign and create all the things. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called call span 2. On a small screen, we'll say call span 1, and on the large device, we'll say call span to be 3. So we're going to divide into the 3 section. So let's define our first set of menu. So we'll take a UL. It will have a class, call it flex. It will have a class called flex column gap 3 pixels. Inside that, we're going to take the h5 and we'll define our header. So it will have a text default 200. We'll have a margin bottom 2. We'll have a font medium. Let's say font medium. Then we'll have a large text large, and we'll have Excel. On a small screen, we'll say text extra large. Sorry, we'll say extra large, and in that we can say about us. There it is. Looks fine. Now we can come back here and we can simply render our first set of menu. I'll take menu, and we'll take the item index. We have to make it instant return. Inside that, we'll take our li tag. It will have the anchor, and you can simply redirect to anywhere, wherever you want. Let's assign the classes. I'll say text default 300 text base transaction all over text white, And inside that, we're going to have our icon, and it will have this data type because we are using a library. We'll say lucid, and we can call this one gauge circle, and in that we can simply define the classes as well. So we'll say me2 inline block height 4 width 4, and inside that we're going to display our list item. There it is, looks pretty fine. We have all of this, but it's quite in disorder format, so we're going to see what's exactly went wrong. But let's continue ahead. Let's make on the big screen, and that looks good, no problem in that. So let's continue in the next set of menus. We'll see what is we can do. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called call span2. On small screen, call span1, and we have to define the large screen as well. So we'll say call span3. There it is. Now inside that we'll take a UL. It will have a class called flex call gap 3. Inside that we'll take a h5. It will have a classes call. So this is the exact thing we have. Simply copy, and that's what we can simply paste here. And let's change the text. So this is about us. Let's have the same classes we have. Now we can check this to my account. Now we can come back here. We'll take a second menu, and let's define that. So we'll call it item index. We have to make it instant return, and we have to do exactly the same thing. So it will have a key called index. Inside that we'll take the anchor, and we're going to simply copy this portion, copy, and that's the exact thing we need to have. Save it. There it is, looks pretty fine. So it's rendering as well. So this is the second set of menu we have, so no issue we have. Things looks good. Now we can simply come back here. Let's close this one, and this is the second one. Now we can work on the third set. Let's take a div. It will have a class called call span2. On the large screen we'll say call span6, and we'll have a div. Inside that we'll take a bg primary 20 rounded XL. Inside the div we'll take a div. It will have a class called padding 10 pixels. There it is, you can see purple box. It will have a h6. Let's take the class. We'll say margin bottom 4 pixels, text extra large, text white. Inside this we'll say news letter. There it is. Now we can come here. We'll take a p. It will have a class called text default 200, margin bottom 6, text basis, font medium. Inside that we can display our short descriptions. We'll say sign up and receive the latest tips. There it is. Now we can simply come here. We'll take a form. Let's remove this action. It will have a on submit, and we're going to simply attach the function of our forms pair. So we already have this particular function handle submit, and that's what we are attaching. So now it will have the classes as well. So we can call it margin bottom 6 space y2. Inside that we'll take a label, and we can call it email. It will have a class called text base text white. Inside the label we have to call email. There it is. Now we have to take the input. We'll take a div. It will have a class called relative. Inside the div we have to take an input. Type is going to be email. We have to provide the ID is going to be email. We have to provide the name, and we have to provide the classes. And these property which we have assigned to our input field, we have to give this, because this information will be passed down to our provider, the handle submit function, and it can store this information in this particular order in the database, so user can receive the mail. So this information, this property is important. I'll talk about it, but simply follow this one. We'll say background default 950 by 60. It will have PE 40, and we'll have PS 4 height 12 with full rounded large border white by 10, and we'll have a padding y 4 pixels, text white, backdrop will have blur 3xl, focus is going to be border white by 10, and we'll have a focus ring 0. There it is. Looks pretty beautiful. The input field, you can click and will pop up the some suggestion for you. Now we can come back here and let's work on the button. So we'll take a button, it will have a class. So first we have to assign the type, because that's what we have to provide the information, because we are using this forms pair. So it's going to be a submit. Then we have to assign the classes. So we'll say disable. Then we have to assign the disable. So we have to disable the button when the state is to submitting. So when the user will click, there is a state will be take place called submitting, means it's a waiting period. So at that time we have to disable the button so the user cannot click the second time. So we're disabling. Then we can call this classes. So we'll say over hover over. We'll change the bg primary and let's call it to over. Then we have to add this over. This will call border primary over. That's what we have here. These two classes looks fine. Now we can take the border primary. Then we can take this bg primary and we'll have this end. And in that we can provide the pixels. So this time we're going to use something like 6 pixels and we'll have the absolute. Top is going to be our, let's say 6 pixels, and we're going to attach the inline. Inline is going to be flex, height is going to be 9, and we're going to have item center, justify center, gap is going to be 2 pixels, and we'll have a rounded medium. That looks fine. And now we can add the padding x 6 pixels, and we'll have a text white, and we'll have a transition all, and inside that we can simply call it subscribe, sorry. There it is. Our button looks fine. So we got our button and that looks good. So this looks pretty good. Now we can come back here and we have to work on our social icon. So we'll take a div. Inside the div we're going to take this h6. We'll say margin bottom is going to 4 pixels, text basis, text white. Inside this we're going to call it follow us. There it is. And we can come back here and we have to simply render the icon. So we'll take this ul. It will have a class called flex wrap, item center, gap is going to be 1. Inside that we'll take the dynamic array, and here we have to simply provide our icon. So first one is going to be, let's say Facebook. Then second icon is going to be our LinkedIn. The third icon is going to be, let's say Twitter, and the last icon is going to be YouTube. So this is the array we have taken as a form of icon. Now we can simply render this. So we'll take this map and we'll call it social. It will have an index. We have to make it instant return. We'll take a li. It will have a key called index. Inside that we'll take an anchor, and we can simply add the classes called over bg primary. Then we'll have a group inline flex. Then we have this height 10, width 10, item center, and there it is. Now we have to add justify center, rounded large, border, we'll have border white by 10, and we have this transition all. Set the duration to something like 500. There it is. You can see the boxes looks pretty fine. Now all we have to do is to feed the icon. So open this one and add the menu. So we're going to take this icon and let's attach this particular data lucid. So we'll have the small animation. We'll call it something like Facebook. Inside that we're going to simply add the text classes. We'll say text default 300. We'll have a group called over, and we'll say text white. Open this one. Inside that we can add display the icon. So we'll call it, let's call it social. Save it, and there it is. You can simply come back here and looks good. So we have this icon. Now what we can do is, this looks good, or it looks very responsive. Now we can come back here. Let's work on the copyright section. So come back here. We'll call it copyright, and we can take a, let's say div. It will have a class called border top border white by 10, and we'll have a padding y 6 pixels. Inside that there is a top line. We'll take a div. It will have a class called margin. On the medium device we'll say text start, we'll say container flex height full flex wrap item center justify center. We'll have a gap is going to be 4 pixels. Text center. On the medium screen we'll say justify between. On the large screen we'll say padding x 20 pixels. We'll take a p. It will have a class called text default 400 text basis font medium. Inside that p we have to display our message. So I'll take this @ and I can call something like you can give your, I'll say Solana AI, and we'll take an anchor. I don't want to redirect. You can simply redirect to anywhere, but come back here, and here I'm going to simply say design and created, and I will take this and I will take this data lucid, and I'll say heart. Let's give the classes called inline. Height is going to be 4, width is going to be 4. We'll say fill red 500, and we'll have text red 500. There it is. You can see inside that I'm going to simply display. So we can simply display a specific icon, or we can simply skip. I'll just try to skip that, okay? Or we can simply add the icon, or we can simply skip. It's totally up to you. So let's keep it like it. Now we can come back to the icon and we can say buy the blockchain coder. This is the brand we're going to use it, and in your case you have to use your own brand. So come back here, let's take a p. It will have a class called text default 400. We'll say text base font medium. Inside this p we have to display our text, so we'll say terms and policy. There it is, looks beautiful. So that's the entire footer component we have. I hope you guys have appreciated that how beautifully it's look. Let's take on the big screen, and there it is. It's perfectly aligned in 3 different components. One is about, one is my account, and the other one is newsletter. But we have some issue right up here. You can see it's quite tilt, and this is not what I want, and this is not what I have in the final design in the Figma design. So this is not what we have. So I know what is the event. So come back here in the footer component, and here we have this list. Okay, so I can see the problem. So by mistake I put this data into the icon, so we don't need to put there. Come in and paste here. That's the one thing you have to do. Do the same thing for the other one. Cut and paste out of this icon and save it. That's the only change you have to do. Once you do that, come back to the browser, and now it's perfectly aligned. We have this, you can see nice over effect. User can simply select and send the email, and here I got the email in my account. I'll show you all the setup for the email because we are using this particular provider, and I'll show you how you can create one and provide your own key to send the email and receive the email. So it's working absolutely fine. Now this is good. Now we can come back here. We have successfully sent the message, reload the page. So we are done with the footer component and the header component, and now we can start working on the next component. So simply close this one, come back here. Now we have to move to the next component. So what I'm going to do is, this is good. Now we can come back to the pages. Inside the pages we have this index, and this is what we're going to work on it. So now we're going to work on the index page, and here we have all the component which we're going to import in our home page, the index page. So this is the airdrop, contacts, all looks fine. Now we can come back to the index.txt, and we have to import all of these components. So we can simply export it and receive that. So come back here and let's import all the component. So we'll say export home view. So this is the name structure I'm following, and that's the name we have to call to every single component. If we give any other name, it's going to throw an error because we are using different structure. So it's coming from home. Simply come here, replicate couple of, and now we have to do the changes. So this will be tool view, and it's coming from tool. This will be the feature view, and it's coming from feature. Change this to like offer view, and this is offer. This one is the FAQ, and this is FAQ slash FAQ. Then we have to change this to airdrop, And here we have to do the changes exactly. Airdrop, this will be the donate, and this is coming from donate folder. Then we have this home, change this to create, and this is create. This will be input, and here we have the input, and this is called token metadata. And let's remove this because it's an internal component, and remove this one and change this to token metadata, and come here, change this to contact view, and this will be contact view. So we got all the components imported here, and we are exporting successfully from here. Now we have to receive all of this component in our index page. So come back here, and that's what we're going to receive and work now. So looks pretty good to me. What we can do is we can see everything looks fine. Now we can come back here. First thing, we have to import a couple of things from React. So first one is going to be use state. Then we can come here, we can call this type, and in this we have to receive the next page because that's going to be the page, and this coming from the next. Then we can simply import the head, and that's coming from the next head. So these are the three external import. Now we can come back here, let's do internal import, and in that we have to import all the components. So that's all coming from the view / view, and let's import one by one. So home view, we have the tool view, we have the feature view, we have the offer view, we have the FAQ view, we have the created view, we have the token metadata, we have the contact view, we have the airdrop view, we have the donate view, and that's all the component we have imported. And all we have to do is to build the structure. So let's do one thing, let's build the entire structure for the index page, then we're going to work on the component individually. So let's come back here. First thing, we have to change this to, like, replace this to home, and we have to use this next page. Looks good. And here we're going to receive the props, only props. That's the setup we have to do. Now we can come back here, and let's take the state variable because we have to open some of the dynamic component. So when the user will click on the create token, we have to open that dynamic component for the create token. Same goes for the metadata, donation, airdrop. So all that state variable we have to define here. So let's take that one by one. So we'll take this use state snippet. We'll say open create model. By default it will be false. Then we have to take the another one. This will call open token metadata, false. Then we have to take another one. We're going to call it to open contact, and by default it's false. Then we can say use state snippet. This will be open airdrop, false. And the last one is going to be, it's called open send transaction, and this will be false. So these are the state variable we have taken, 5 different dynamic component we're going to have. So once we're done with that, now we can start working on the index page. So here I make things side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's build the structure. So let's work on the JSX. So come back here, remove this one, and we're going to take this segment because we're going to have a couple of dynamic components. So first we have to take the header. So let's take this head tag, and in that we can display the title of this particular page. So I'll take the title tag. It will have a name called Solana token creator. That's the title I want to give to the page. You can do SEO optimization if you want to rank on the Googles. That's all you can do here. You can add metadata, different thing you can add. And that's really powerful when you want to do SEO optimization in the Next.js application because it's give you an options to do that. So here we have the head tag. Now we can take this metadata. So let's give the description to our application. So I call the name to Solana token creator. Let's give the content, and I'll say, you can give your, but I'll go with the simple one, build and create Solana token. That's the metadata I can provide. So that's the head. Now we can come back here. Now we can define all the component. First one is going to be the home, and in that we have to send the props called set open create model in this home. That's what I have. Now we can come back here. Let's take this tool view. In that I have to pass all the state variable we have created. So we'll say open airdrop. So set open airdrop. That's the first one. Let's add the second one, set open contact to set open contact. Let's need the another one, set created model to set open created model. Then we have this set send transaction, and that's what we'll say, set open send transaction. Now the last one is the token metadata and token metadata. So these are the props we are sending in our tool view component. Right now it's not displaying, so I can simply come back here and let's take the other one. Let's define the feature view, and we have to send exactly the same prop. Simply copy, and that's what props we have to send here. So this is the feature view. Now we have to take the other one, so we'll take offer view, then we have the FAQ view, and here we're going to have the dynamic components. So we'll say dynamic components. Let's comment this portion, and here I say that if open create model is true, then I want to open the create model. This time we'll add new loader. So this is our custom class we have created to display in the center. Now let's add this relative height full, bg color is going to be select 9, and inside that we're going to display our component. So let's send all the props. So we'll have to send this set open created model. So this is the only prop we have to send. So this is our first dynamic component, and all we have to do is to simply replicate this, copy and replicate this, and we have to change this variable. So this will be called open token metadata, and change the component name to be token metadata. Change the prop. So this will be, simply select the both and we'll say set open token metadata. That's the first one, copy paste here, change this variable. This will call open contact, and this will be contact view. Change this to set open contact, copy paste here, and simply cut this one. I remember that we have this head, so and I have to place the head tag here, and there it is. So we are getting this particular warning, and I know why this particular warning we are having, because we have a different name to our component. So the very first component we have is the home view, which is running, but we have given different name like index. Okay, you can simply ignore that. So come down here and simply work on this. So this is what I have. I can simply comment all of this, and still I will have the same issue because this one is causing from here. So no need to do anything in here. So if I make on the big screen, reload the page, you can see our document is not getting the component which we try to render. So let's try to bring it back and come back here and let's work on it. So let's change this variable. So this will be called open airdrop, change this to airdrop view, and change the prop to set open airdrop. Copy and paste here, and this will call, let's say, open send transaction. We'll say donate view and change the props to set open transaction. Reload the page, we are getting same the warning. Now I will come back here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply, so it looks fine, no need to do any changes. We are done with this entire home page. Now we have to work on the component one by one. So the very first thing we have to do is simply select all of this and comment. Now we have to get into this home view component, and here we have this index. So here we are in the index, the home component, and let's set up this. So first thing, right now I'm getting this warning because we have a different name. So first thing we have to do is remove this one, and we have to import a couple of things from React. So this one is going to be the FC, and it's coming from React. Then we have to import the icon, and that's coming from the React icon called MD. And we're going to take this medium generating token. That's the first icon. Now come back here. Then we have to import the wallet, which is coming from Solana. So we'll get wallet multi button. We got that. Now we have to do the internal import, and here we have to simply build the package.json file because I want to display the version of our application. So, and this information is coming from package.json file. So let's import that. We'll get into the package.json file, and that's what we have to select. Now we can work on the component. So we'll say export component, and we have to call this home view because this is the name we have given to our component, and that's what we have imported. We'll say FC, and we have to simply take the props which we have sent, set open create model, and we have to simply work on the component. So we have to make it return, In that we have to take a section and we'll say hi. If we save it, come back to the browser, reload the page, you will see right now we don't have any error. Looks fine. So this is the component we have to start working on, and that's the name we have given. So let's start working on the very first component. So let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So let's make it side by side, drag it here. You can see it's 100% responsive for all the screen sizes. Now let's come back here, remove this one. Let's take an ID called home, because when the user will click on the menu, we have to take the user to that particular home component. So that's why we are using this ID for. It will have the class called relative overflow hidden, padding bottom 20 pixels, padding top is going to be custom, so we'll say 72 pixels. There it is, we have space. Inside this we'll take a div, it will have a class, let's call this padding x 6 pixels, padding y 4 pixels. Inside the div we'll take a div, it will have a class called background default 950 by 40. Then we'll have the, let's say, rounded 2xl. Inside the div we'll take a div, it will have a class called container, and in that div we'll take a div, it will have a class called padding 6. Inside the div we'll take a div, it will have a class called relative grid, we'll say grid column 1, item center gap is going to be 12 pixels, and we'll have a large divide, we'll say grid column 2. In the div we'll take another div, it will have a class called background primary /10, we'll have minus z index 10, we'll have start 0, absolute bottom, let's call this top is going to be 0, height 14, width 14, animate, and the animation is going to be, let's say, animate is going to be like spin 10-second linear, and we'll have infinite. So this is how you can add the animations classes. You give the kind of animation you want, then you have to give the second and the kind of method like linear and how repetitive you want. So I want to be infinite, so it will keep running that particular icon. So it will keep making the animation. So that's the black strap you can see. Let's change the spelling to animate. Then we'll have this rounded 2xl, we'll have a rounded bar none, and we'll have a rounded TL none. There it is, you can see the movement. This looks fine. Now we can come back here, let's add the second div. It's also going to be for animation, so we'll say bg primary by 20 minus z 1, and we'll have n 0, absolute bottom 0, height is going to be 14, width is going to be 14, and we'll have the animate ping rounded full. There it is, you can see, beautiful. Now we can come back out of this div, because these two divs only for the animation. Now we can come here, we'll take a div, it will have a span, we'll take a class called text primary background primary by 20, we'll have rounded medium, padding x 3 pixels, padding y is going to be 1, text small, font medium, upper scale, we'll say tracking wider. There it is. Now we can take this create Solana token, and in that we can display the version. There it is, looks beautiful. If you come back to the package.json file, and if you click here you can see we have provided all the information. So you can display all the important information about the version and the version control you are using in the front end, so user can know that what method, what are the tools you are utilizing. So we are using this particular version, and that's what we are simply displaying here. So it looks good. That's the version. Now we can come back here, we'll take a h1, we can take the classes called medium text 5xl, margin y 4 pixels, max, width large. Then we'll have a text 4XL, font medium, text white. Inside that we'll take a h1 call now, create Solana token to without code. That looks good. Looks good. You can add any text as per your branding, as per your creativity, but I'm going with this demo one which I have in my design. Now let's take this P. It will have a class called text default 300. Me on the medium screens will say text large. Inside that we can display this text, launch your Solana token all in one Solana token development and deployment. Looks good. That's the short description we have for our application. So looks good. We got the h1, we got the paragraph. Now we can come back here and we can do one thing. We can take a div. It will have a class. Let's call it new add css. This is our custom class we are using. Inside that we're going to take its anchor, remove this one, and we're going to simply we'll have an on click function, and we have received the props, and that's what we're going to attach and open the create token model component, and it will be true because by default it's false. When the user will click on the button, we have to open that. So let's add a classes call over. We'll say bg primary over. We'll have this p bg purple 400. We'll have a group first, then we have margin top is going to be 10, inline flex. We'll have an item center justify center. We'll have a gap of 2 pixels, then we'll have a rounded full, and we'll have a border white by 10, padding x1, text white, transition all, duration 500. There is a small dot. Now we can display our information. We'll select a span. It will have a class called bg primary by 20. We'll say text primary. We'll have a men e 2 pixels, flex h height 11, width 11, item center justify center, because we're going to have the icon as well. So we'll say rounded full. We'll have a group over. We'll say bg white and /10. Then we have the group one. We can see the animation is also working fine. Now we can come back here. Let's take the classes. So let's add one more called group, like group over, and on the over we want to simply change the text white. There it is. That's what we have here. Now we can simply go into the span, and we have to take the icon. So we'll say data lucid, and we can display the icon we have imported. So I call it image. You can call whatever you want, and I can call it md generating token. There is the icon you can see. Now I have to display the text, so I can call it, let's say create. There it is. But I can see that it has the purple color. I have to change that to a transparent one. So let's come back here. Let's work on the next button, and I'm going to simply remove this one, and we're going to display our connect wallet function. So we'll take this margin top is going to be 8 pixels. Inside that we're going to display our component for a multi wallet, and there it is. You can see user can click and it can connect with the application. And here I can see that I have taken this purple, remove this one, and I have to remove this. Let's add a class. So I can call this one to pe4, and I have to remove this first, and that looks fine. So now we have the transparent one and looks pretty beautiful. Now we are done with that. This looks good. Do we have to add anything? Or now come back here, make on the full screens, and I can see there is a changes we have to do in the alignment because it's taking a full width, but we want to have a gap. We'll do that, but let's see everything's working fine. You can reload the page. We have no issue. You can click. It's going to open the pop-up model, the phantom wallet. You can simply select a connect, and you can simply copy, change the account. That's all is working fine. So the wallet is absolutely working fine, and we have connected with the network. Now let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's bring it there, drag it here, and now we have to work on the next section, means on the right hand side. So we have done with the left hand side, now we have to work on the right hand side. So come back here, we'll take a div, it will have a class, we'll say mx auto, height is going to be 595 pixels, overflow is going to be hidden. Inside the div, we'll take a div, it will have a class called marq grid column 2, gap is going to be 6. Inside the div, we'll take a div, it will have a class called relative, margin auto, flex column gap 6, overflow hidden. Inside that, we'll take a div, it will have a class called marq over hero, we'll have a flex main height full, let's call it min height full. Then we have a flex shrink 0, and we'll have a flex column item center, and we'll have a justify around, gap is going to be 6 pixels. Now we go into this div, we'll take on dynamic block, and we have to simply render all the images which we want to display. So I already given you all the images in the public folder there. From there we are getting that. So let's define the name, because the directory is going to be the same, we're going to change the name only. So let's take this array and we can give the name of the image. So I say image 9, then this is the first image, copy and paste here. So if I come back to the public, you can see here we have the asset. Inside the assets, we have this folder. So inside the image, you will find all the images which we're going to utilize it. So if you come back to the AI, or you can go to the avatar, come to the AI, and here you will find all the image. And this is what we are accessing. So we are getting only name, and that's what we have to change dynamically, because the path is going to be the same. So move this one here, because we have to change the name as well. So bring it here. Let's receive this FC. Then we have to receive the icons. So we have to get the icon from React, Liu, replicate it 3 times, and let's change this to RX. This will be the RI, this will be the MD, and let's receive all the icons. So this will be Liu arrow right from line, this will be MD generating token, this will be right token swap fill, and the last one is going to be not E, it's RX tokens. So these are the icons we are receiving from React. Now we can come back here and do the changes in the export. We have to change the name to feature view, and we have to call it FC. So this is the setup we have. Now we can start working on now we have to create an array of object which we want to render. So let's take a variable called features. It's going to be an array of object. So in that, we're going to take the name of the feature, then we have to add the icon which we want to display. So we already have an icon. We have to attach the description as well, because every function will have a description, and then we have to attach the functionality. So these are the data we're going to take in the object, and all we have to do is to simply replicate this 4 times. We're going to have the 4 section. Let's change the name to token generator. We can display the icon to MD generating token. Just add the description, so you can add up to you, but I will go with this one. Start working with Solana token creator. Allow you to create Solana token by creating, deploying, airdrop, transferring, and updating token. So this is what we are providing through this application. You can define whatever description you want as per your service, but this is what I have in the design. So I simply copy this and I'm going to paste the exact description in all this description. But when you will launch this one, you have to add the actual information which you are providing. Now we're going to attach the functionality. So we already have the state functions. So this one is for create. Let's change this to for get airdrop, and here we have to provide the icon. So this time I'm going to get the icon to MD token. We have to change this to set airdrop, change this name to transfer and change the icon to this ring token swap fill, and change the function to set open transaction. Now this is the last one. This will call token metadata. Change the icon. So we'll have this RX tokens, and we have to change the function. So we'll say set open token metadata. So this is the all data we want to render. Let's close that down, and now we can start working on the JSS. So let's make it side by side, and there it is. So I'm getting this error. So let's have a look. So this is what we have called MD token. So simply copy this, and we have to receive this as well. So simply take this MD token, and now the error is gone. MD token, there it is. Now looks fine. Now we can start working on the JSX. So first thing, remove this one, take a section. It will have a class called padding y 20 pixels. Then we're going to take this div. It will have a class called container. Inside that, we're going to div. It will have a class called margin bottom 10, flex, item center, item end, justify between. Inside the div, will take a div. It will have a class called margin x auto, max width 2xl, text center. Inside that, we'll take a h2. It will have a class called margin bottom 4, text 3xl, font medium, capitalize, text white. Inside that, we have to display the title. So we'll say choose Solana blockchain generator. There it is. Now we can come here, we'll take a p tag, and we have to attach the description. So let's add the classes called text default 200, text small, font medium. Inside that, we can say now you can create Solana token. Let's add a break, and we'll say without code instantly. There it is. Now we can come back here, live to div, and now we can work on the dynamic component. So let's take a div. It will work. Take a class called bg default 950 by 40 flex wrap, item center rounded 3xls, backdrop blur 3xls. Inside the div, we're going to take the dynamic data. So we'll take this features. We have to simply loop over it. We'll say list index. We have to make it instant return, and we'll take a div. It will have a class, and let's take a dynamic class because we have to change. So we'll take a dynamic class, and we'll say width is going to be auto, and we'll have a grow, we'll have a border bottom, and we'll have a border white /10, and on the medium screens we have to say width is going to be 1 by 2. Then comes the dynamic data. So we'll say index is equal to 0. In that, we have to attach the, like we'll say medium border e in 0 index, else index is equal to 1, and we don't want to apply any classes. We'll say if index is equal to 2, then we have to attach this class called medium border e and medium border bottom 0, else we have to go with this default class, which is nothing. So this is the dynamic classes we have attached. Let's attach the key, and looks good. Now we can simply render the data. So come back here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called padding 8. We'll say on a small screen, we'll say padding 10. Inside the div, we'll take another div. It will have a class called bg primary /10, text primary margin bottom 10, inline flex, height 16, width 16, item center, justify center, rounded. Good. That's what we have. Now we can come back here. We'll take an anchor. We'll have the, we don't need to redirect anywhere. If you want to redirect, you can add. Let's add the classes. So we'll say text primary, group, relative, inline flex, item center, gap is going to be 2 pixels, and inside that we can display the span. It will have a class background primary, 80. We'll have an absolute, border minus bottom 0, height. We'll have a px, width is going to be 7 by 12, and we'll have a rounded transition. We'll have a duration close to 500, and we'll have a group over, we'll say with full, and inside that we can display our text called read more. There it is. There we have the span. Now we can display our icon. So it will have a class called height 4, we'll have a width 4, and that's what we want. So far this looks good. Now come back here, and all we have to do is to simply replicate this couple of times. So this is the entire component we have. So simply copy this section and replicate. Like we have one more, close this one. So this is the first section, comment this, and now we have to simply second, and this one is going to be third. Now all we have to do is to simply copy this, paste, and copy this, paste. So we have two section. So if I make on the full screen here, you can see it looks pretty beautiful. This is the title, and we have getting this nice over effect. Looks pretty fine. If you check the responsiveness on the smaller screen, that's also look good. It's fully responsive. Now we are done with this. So this looks pretty good. Now close this. So come back here in the index homepage, close this one, and now we have to work on the FAQ view. So cut this and paste here, and let's start working on the FAQ. So come back here and let's get into this particular folder, and that's what we have to do. We have to do exactly the same thing. So here I've already provided you the dummy data which you can simply render, which we're going to render together. So what I'm going to do is we can do one thing. We have to import few things. So let's bring this down. Let's import the few things from the React. So we need this FC that's coming from React. Then we have to do export const. We'll have this FAQ view, FC model. We have to receive the prop if we have, and we have to simply return the entire component. Now we're going to simply cut and paste here. So all of this dummy data is given to all of you guys. So we have to simply render this data. So we'll have to return and work on the JSX. So we'll take a div. So come back here. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So we can take a section. It will have a ID. Let's call this one FAQ. We'll have a class called padding y 20 pixels. Now if I come back here in the application, you can see we have this nice space. Now let's do one thing. Let's split the screen, drag it here, and now we can start working on it. So inside that we'll take a text that's displaying fine. Now remove this, take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called margin bottom 10 pixels, flex, item, and justify between. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called max auto, max w 2xl. We'll have a text center. Inside that we can take a h2. It will have a classes. So we'll have a class called margin bottom 4 pixels, text 3xl, font medium, capitalize, text white. Inside that we can say any question, and here we have to display our paragraph. So we'll have a class called text default. It will be 200. We'll have a text small, font medium, and we'll take our dummy text. So let's remove few lines from here. That's it. So we got our title, we got our descriptions. Now we can start working on the body component. So we can come back here. We already have the dummy data. So let's take a div. It will have a class called max auto, max width 3. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called hs accordion group space y 4 pixels. Inside that we'll take our dummy data. So this is the question we have. So let's change this to questions, and we have to simply render this. So we'll say question map, question index. We have to make it instant return. So let's take a div. It will have a key called index. It will have a class called, let's say, dynamic classes. We'll take the hs accordion background default 950 by 40, overflow hidden, rounded, large border white by 10. There is it, you can see the white lines. Then we can take this backdrop, so there is no space, backdrop. So remove this, we'll say backdrop blur, we'll have 3xl. Now we can take the id, it will be a dynamic id, and this id is coming from our dummy data. So we'll have a question dot, not question id, that's the main. Inside the div we have to take a button, it will have a class called hs accordion toggle, we'll have a inline flex item center justify between, gap is going to be x3, padding x is going to be 6 pixels, padding y is going to be, let's say 4 pixels, and there is, we have the space. Now text will have a left capitalize, text white, and we'll have a transition all. Inside that we can transition all, and we have to attach the aerial control, and in that we have to simply provide the id. So it's going to be a dynamic one, so we'll say FAQ accordion, and we have the unique index, so we'll say index +1. So every single component will have 1 2 3, so in that way when the user will click, it's going to open that specific component. So that's what we have. Now we can take this button and we'll have a h5, in that we can say flex text base font semi bold. Inside that we can display our icon, it will have the class called me 3 pixels, height 4 pixels, width 5 pixels, and we'll have a stroke white, align middle, we have some good space. And now we can simply come back here, and here we have to simply render the questions. There it is, looks good. Now we can come back here, we'll take an icon, it will have a class called hs accordion active minus rotate 180 pixels, and we'll have a height 4 and width 4, and we'll have our transition, and we'll set the duration to be 500. So we can come back down here out of the button. Now we can take a div for the body component, so we'll take the id, and it's going to be a dynamic one, so we'll say fa accordion, and we'll say dynamics index +1. So that's how we have to match with the button and the body. Then we can take our classes, we'll say hs accordion content width is going to be full, overflow hidden, transition, instead of all we can go with a specific value, so we'll say height, and we'll set the duration to be something like 300. That's what we have here. Now we can come here, we'll take the aerial label by, and that we have to simply assign the id, and inside this div we have to take a div, it will have a class called padding x 6 pixels, padding bottom 4 pixels, padding top 0. Inside that we'll take a p, it will have a class called text default 300, margin bottom is going to 2 pixels, text small, font medium. Inside that we can display our answer, so we'll say question dot answer and save it. There it is, we got the component. Now we can simply go with the hardcore data, so I'll come back here, let's take a class, you can display the dynamic data as well, there is no problem. We'll say text default 300, text small, font medium. Inside that we can say, have you ever wanted to become blockchain developer? Check the pro NFT marketplace course. So if you haven't checked that, make sure to check, that will teach you a lot of things, it will teach you everything which you have to know to become a blockchain developer. So that's what we have, looks pretty good. The components are ready, we have all of this dynamic data. If you open that, you will find that we have this question, answer, id, you can add more, but this looks fine. Now if I make on the big screen, everything looks pretty fine. So every component is opening. If you reload the page and if you click on the button, it's going to close it up and it's going to open that specific component. Beautiful. So this looks good. And with that, we are done with the entire front end component. And now we have to work on our dynamic section. So if you click on this wallet, you have multiple options. You can go with the phantom and it will click and it will connect. So things are looking pretty fine. So we're done with the entire landing page, and now we have to work on the actual function of our application. So come back here, cut this one, and come back here, and now we have to work on our create token component, which is going to be a dynamic component. So here we are. Now simply cut this, paste here. Now we have to get into the open, like create view component. Come back, go to the view, and here we have the very first third one. So click on this, get into this index file, and now we have to work on our components. So first we have to import the FC model. So let's bring it back and let's work on the all the imports and the functionality. Then we're going to start working on our front end component. Then we have to import. So like we have to import the use connection, which is coming from wallet adapter React, and then we have to also import the use wallet. Then we can import our key pair, and that's coming from web3.js. Then we have to import the public key. Then we have to import the system program. We have to import the transaction. So these all functions coming from web3.js. If you want to know more in details, you can definitely check the documentation, but I would suggest you to simply follow the project and understand that how I'm utilizing this feature from the web3 package for making the connection and creating token. Now we can import here. We have to import the mint size, and that's coming from SPL token. So mint size, and we have to also import token program ID, balance from rent exempt mint. Then we have to get the get associated token address. Then we have to take this create mint to instruction. Then we have this create associated token account instruction. So all of this coming from SPL token. Now we can come back here. We have to simply import program ID, and that's coming from Metaflex Foundation MPL token metadata. That's what we have here. We have to receive few more. Create meta data account v3 instruction. Then we have to import create meta data account instruction. So these two functions we are using. Now we can come back here. Let's import XCS because we have to make a call to our Pinata server where we can deploy the token, the image. Then we have to import. So import couple of things from React as well. So let's import this use callback use state. Now we can come back here. Let's import the notification. So we have to get into the directory. So .util/notification. That's what we have. Now we can come back here. Let's import our clipboard, which is nothing but a spinner. When there is a call for the function, we have to display that. Then we have to import our use network configuration, which is coming from the network configuration provider. Now we have to do a couple of internal import. So we'll say UI part import. In that we need two things. First, we need the icon, and that's coming from the React icons. So let's remove this one. And what is the name of the icon? Let's call it React icons AI, and we have to get this AI outline close. That's the icon we have. Now we have to import the internal component. So we have to import few things. We need to import the create svg icon, and that's coming from our icon folder svg. So if I take you into the svg, and this is the one which we need. We got the icon. Now we have to get the two more imports. So we have to say import branding. That's coming from our component branding, and we need the input component as well. So we'll say input view, and that's coming from our view section. So we'll say slash index. which we haven't worked, so that's why I'm just commenting both of this component. So we got all of this. Now we have to work on the JSX, but before we start working on the JSX, let's convert this function to export, and let's change this name to create view, and this will be FC. In that, we're going to simply receive the props, and here you can see we have this copy, and that's what we can receive. So before we start working on the JSS, let's start building the functionality, because that's the main thing. So we can take a couple of things. So we have to take a couple of variable, and we can call this use connection. In that, we have to receive the connection. Once we have the connection, then we have to import the key, the public key, and that's coming from our wallet. So we'll say use wallet. So change this to small public key, and this will be called send transaction, which we are getting from the wallet as well. Send transactions, change this to small. We got this too. Now we can come back here. Let's take a variable, and this time we're going to simply call our network configuration. In that, we have to receive few things. So we already built the logic, so we'll receive the network configuration. This will give the information that which network we are connected. Now we can come back here. Let's take a state variable. So we'll take a snippet. We'll say token, and token URI by default will be empty. Then we have to take the another one. We'll call it token mint address. It will be an empty string. Then we have to take this loading state. By default it will be false. So these are the state variable we have taken. Now we have to take the token data. So we'll say token, and it's going to be type of object. So in that, we're going to take all the information about the token. So let's take that. So first is going to be the name. Then we're going to take the symbol. Then we're going to take the description. After that, we have to take the amount, means the total supply, and at the end we're going to take the image, and we'll have the description. So we have taken the decimal, and this is the description. So these are the data we are taking for our token. Once we have the data, now we have to build the function which allow us to simply call it. So we'll call it handle form field change, and this particular function will update our object, the token object. And that we're going to receive the file name and event, and in that we have to simply call our set token. We have to simply deconstruct our token, and then we have to simply provide this file name e.target.value. And that way what will happen, all we have to do is to simply call this function in the input field, and it's going to update that relevant object in our state. So we can come back here. We have to take a function. So let's create the function for creating the token. So this is what we're going to work. It's going to have a couple of internal function, because this function is quite huge. So we're going to divide in couple of internal function, one for uploading the metadata, one for uploading the image, and the actual token creation. So let's come back here. Let's create the token, create token. In that, we're going to use this use callback. It will be an async. In that, we're going to receive the token, the entire data of the token, and then we're going to simply build the logic. So we'll take a variable called lem ports, and this data is coming from the package we have installed, get minimum balance for rent exempt input. In that, we have to simply pass the connection, so it can identify the which network we have connected and what is the balance. Then we can take another variable called mint key pair, and we already have the function called key pair. In that, we have to simply call the function, the method we want to call it. So we'll call it generate. We'll have the key pair, that's the unique key pair we'll get. Now we can come back here, and we'll take the token ATA. We'll say await, and we have to call the function get associated token address, and that's how we can make the relation, the one who's creating the account and the one token will be associated. So we'll say mint key pair to public key, and we'll have the public key. So here we are making that, and this particular public key is coming from our use wallet, because that's when we will connect with the wallet, it will have the information about our public key, and that's how we are getting that. Once we have these three variables, now we can work on the actual functionality. So this is what we have. Now we can come back here. We'll take this try and catch block, and we have to simply console log out if anything goes wrong. Now we can come back here. We'll take a variable called You can call it site metadata URI, and this particular variable will contain all the information which we'll upload to the IPFS. So let's call the function called await upload metadata. It's going to be an internal function, so all we have to do is to pass this token object data, and it's going to simply upload and it's going to return the URL. So what we're going to do is, before we start completing this particular function, let's build this internal function. So come back here, and we're going to build two internal functions. So let's come here, and this is what we have: upload metadata. Come back here, let's take a function called image upload, and we'll say IPFS. So we'll take a variable called handle image changed, in that we have to receive the file. So we'll say async, and that we're going to take this event and we'll convert into a variables. We'll say file, we'll say event dot target files, and we have to take the very first one, and here we have to simply make a check. So we'll say if file exists, then we have to make a call to our, then we have to simply call the function which will upload the image to the IPFS, and it will return the URL. So we'll say await, we'll say upload image pinata. So this is the another internal function we're going to create it. In that we have to simply pass the file, and it's going to give us the URL back, and that's the URL we have to set in our state variable. So we have to deconstruct the token, we have to simply give the name image, and that's what we have to update. So this is the function which will update our state variable and update the image of our token. So we are done with this. Hope you guys have understood, and this is the function we have to build. Come back here. So we'll take a variable. This is the function for uploading image to the pinata. It's going to be an async, in that we have to receive the file. It will be, we'll say if file exists, then we have to take a time catch, and we have to simply console log out the error if anything goes wrong. That's the setup we have. Now here we have to simply do the check. So we have to convert the image into a form data. So we'll say form data, we'll say new form data, and here we can say form data append, and we have to give the name. So we'll say file, and what I want to upload this file. So this is the setup I have to do. And so now the image file is there in the form data. All we have to do is to simply make the request to the IPFS endpoint. So let's call this response. We'll say await XCS. It's going to be an object because we have to add multiple methods. So it's going to be a post request. Then we have to add the URL. And this is the endpoint for uploading the image to the IPFS. So https://api.pinata cloud, and call pinning, and this is the method we have to call, pin file to IPFS, because this will only upload the image. We have multiple options to upload to the IPFS. We can upload the folder, we can upload the JSON data, but this particular endpoint for the file, the image. So this is the endpoint. Now we have to define and configure our header. So before we configure our header, we have to define the data. So we already have the data in the form data. Then we have to set the header. In that we have to simply provide our API key and the secret key. So we'll say pinata-api-key. So I'll show you how you can get your own key. Just follow along with me and let's build the functionality. Do the same thing for the secret key. We'll say pinata secret API key, and that's what we have to provide here. So this is the setup we have done. All we have to do is to create a key from pinata, and we have to provide here, which we'll do together. Just follow along with me. So once we have this, and here we have to define that what type of data we want to simply upload. So we'll say content type. In that we can say multi-part form data. So this is what we have. So when we'll hit this request, is going to return either success and failure, but it will return success. So what I will do is I can simply come here, and we have to construct the URL. So we'll say image hash, and this is the endpoint for image. Like all we have to do is to simply attach the hash. So let's construct the URL. Let's take a template tutorial. We'll say https://getway.pinata cloud, and we'll say IPFS slash, and here we have to simply provide the hash of the image, which we have here in the response data, and we have called IPS hash, and that will have the hash of the data we have uploaded. So this is the endpoint which you have to construct. So once we have this, at the end finally we have to return the image hash, means the URL. So this is the entire function we have for uploading the image to the Pinata, and once it will successfully upload, is going to simply update in our token object. So we are done with this, the image upload. Now we can come back here and we have to build this particular function, upload metadata. So come back here, it's going to be quite similar. All we have to do is to simply change the endpoint. So let's come here, we'll take a upload metadata is going to be async. We'll take the data token, it will have this loading state true. Then we're going to take the data from the token, so we'll take this name, symbol, description, image. Once we have all of this, we'll take this if name is not there, symbol is not there, description is not there, and the image is not there. Then what we have to do is we have to simply return the, we can simply console log out the entire error. I can say data missing. Then we can come back here, we'll take a variable. If there is a data available, then we have to simply convert the data into a JSON stringify. So we'll say JSON stringify, and we have to pass down all the data. So name, symbol, then we have the description, then we're going to have the image. So we have successfully stringified the data. Now we have to simply upload this data. So let's construct the response. So we already have this, I already have this. So what I'm going to do is let's take this try and catch. Let's console log out the entire error object if anything goes wrong. So this is what I have. Now I can simply come here and I'm going to get this particular one, this response object. So get this one, this portion, copy, and that's what I have to paste here. And all I have to do is to do the changes. The method is going to be the post, and here I have to change the endpoint. Instead of this file, we have to call this JSON to IPFS. Okay, let me type one more time, pin JSON to IPFS. Make sure to do this change, and here we have to pass this particular data, and this will be fine. And here I have to do the change in the content type. So this will be application slash JSON, and this is fine. Here we have to call URL, and that's what we have to simply return from this function. So this is fine. So let's call this return URL. So this will return the URL of the JSON data we have uploaded to the IPFS. And let's convert this into a meaningful error object. So we already have the notification, and that we can simply pass the type is going to be an error, and we have to simply send the error message. So which is have here uploaded to Pinata JSON failed. That's what we have here, and after that we have to simply close our loader. So this is our upload metadata function we have. So far things are looking good. Now we have to simply get our key. So this is fine. Now we can simply copy this one and let's place here, because we already have the notification. Here I can make the changes. I'll say data is missing. Close this one. Looks fine. Now let me see this one. Here we have to do the same thing. Let's display the error. So I'll say notification, and type is going to be error, and in the message I have to simply construct the error. So upload image failed, and we have to simply turn the loader off. Looks fine. Am I missing anything? No, this looks fine. This is the perfect endpoint we have, and this is the handle image change function. Don't need to do anything. This looks good. So we have done with all of these three functions. Now we have to work on this particular function, create token. So this is what we left. Now we have this metadata, so we are getting all of this information. After that, we are also getting the metadata URL. So now we have to work ahead. So we'll take a variable. Let's console log out the entire metadata so we can see in our terminal. Now we can come back here. We'll take a variable and we'll call it create metadata instruction. Here we have to simply call the create metadata account v3 instruction. In that, we have to simply provide all this information as an object. So first is going to be the metadata, and we'll say public key. In that, we have to simply call this find program address scan. In that, we have to provide the data in the form of array. So we have to provide this buffer from. In that, we have to simply pass the metadata. This is the general setup we have to do. It's just set it up. Once we have that, then we have to pass the program ID, and we already have this buffer. We have to provide this, and then we have this mint key pair. In that, we'll pass the public key and we'll say buffer. So that's the thing we have to provide in the find program scan. Now we can come back here. We'll take the program ID, and looks good. So far things are pretty good. Now we're done with this. Now we can come back here. Let's take the first index, and here we'll take this mint. We'll say mint key pair to public key. Then we'll take this authority is going to be the same. I'm the one. Then we'll say upload authority to call this public key, and here we have to say pair is going to be the public key. So because I am the owner and I'm creating this token, so I have to assign all the authority to my account. Once we have this one, then we can come back here. We can simply take the second object, and here we have to construct that. So we'll take this create metadata account agree v3. In that, we have to simply provide all the things. So first thing is going to be the data, is going to be the name. We have the token dot name. Then we have the symbol, token dot symbol. Then we have the URI, and we already have the metadata URI. That's the URI we have to provide. And here we have to provide the creator. By default, I will go with null. Then I will have this seller fee base point is going to be a 0, and we'll say uses is going to be a null, and we'll say collection is going to be null, and here we have to say is mutable to false. Then we have the collection details null. Once we have that, looks good. So this is the first object which we have passed with all the information in our create metadata account v3 instruction. Then we can come back here. We'll take a variable called create token transaction. In that, we have to simply pass this new transaction. We have to call this add method, and we have to simply provide the data. So we'll provide with this system program. We'll call it create. In that, we have to provide the information to from public key to be the public key. In that, we'll say new account public key to the mint key pair dot public key. Then we'll take this space. We'll say mint size. Limport is going to be the limport. Then we have to provide the program ID to be the token program ID, and we are getting from there. Now we can come back here. We'll take this create initial mint instruction. Inside that we'll take this mint key pair to public key. We'll take this number, and we have to pass that the token decimal point. It's important that you have to wrap this in a number, otherwise it will throw an error, because when the data will come, it will come in the form of string, and we have to convert that into a number. And here we have to provide the public key. We have to provide a public key. Then we have to provide the token program ID, which we have got from above. And once we have all of this, now what I can see, come back here. Let's call this particular function called associated token account instruction. And in that, we have to pass the public token ATT, and we have a public ATT. We'll have a mint key pair. We'll say public. Now, once we have that, we can come here. Let's call the second method called create mint to instruction. In that we can say mint key pair to public key pair. Then we'll say token ADT. Then we have to say public, and here we have to simply provide the amount of the token. So we have to convert into a number. We'll say token amount. We have to multiply with this mapped dot pow, and in that we can pass the 10, and we have to pass the decimal point of the token. So this is the setup we have to do in our create mint, and it's going to mint the token. Now once we're done with that, now we can come back here, next method called create meta data instruction, and that's once we're done with that, we can simply call the signature, and we'll say await send transaction. In that we have to pass this create new token transaction and the connection. In that we have to simply pass the signer, and in the signer we have to provide this mint key pair. That's the setup we have. So we can come back here, let's set the data, because once the transaction will successful, it's going to return some information. So it will return the address of the token. So let's call this set token and mint address, and we have to simply update to our mint key pair, because there we'll have all the data as a form of object, and that's what we have to access. So we'll say public key to stringify. So this will give the address of the token. Now we have to simply display the notification to the user that you have successfully created the token. So we'll say success. Then we have to say message is going to be token creation successfully, and we have to add the transaction ID. So like transaction ID is going to be the signature, because that's the ID it will have. So this is the notification. Let's do the same thing from error object as well. So let's say any, and we have to paste here notification. Type is going to be, let's say, error, and here we have the message, and this message will say token creation failed, try later. And after that we're going to set this loading state to false. So this is the entire function we have for creating, and here we want to make this function call whenever there is a change in few things. So we have to call this, let's say, public key, we'll have the connection, we'll have the send transaction. So looks very fine. So this is the entire function we have for creating. I hope you guys have understood. We are just following all the methods. We are getting some relevant information about the user and its wallet, and that's what we are providing to the user. So first we are getting all of these packages, then we are getting the key pairs from the Web3, then we have the token information which is coming from the Solana packages itself, then we have the metadata, then here we have some internal, and here we have the component which we're going to work, state variables. This is the token object, and this is the handle form field and the create token function, getting the metadata, then calling all the method one by one. So this method's very important. Looks good. So close this one. This is the handle image change. So this will upload. All we have to do is to call this function, and it will upload the image to the IPFS. They have this upload image pinata. This is the endpoint, and now we have to get this particular key, which I will tell you how you can get that. That's fine. We have to do the same thing here as well. Looks good. Now what we can do is, let's get this particular key. So come back to the pinata. So come back here, reload the page. Right now we don't to Excel. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called grid. Gap is going to be 10. We'll have a large is going to be grid column 2 and grid column 2. Inside the div, we'll come here, we'll take another div, and it will have a class called ps4 hidden padding y 4 pixels, padding top 10 pixels. On the large screen we say like block. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called upload. We'll have this relative, width full, overflow hidden, rounded, Excel. Inside the div, we'll have this dynamic data. So we'll check this. If we have the token image, then we have to display the token image, the image which user have deployed. So we'll take this image tag. In that we have to simply provide the image resource. So we'll say token.image. We'll say token, and let's add the class called with 2, and we'll have by 5. Else we have to display the upload section. So we'll take this and let's remove this one, and let's take this label. It will have file, it will have a class called custom file upload. This will have a div. Inside that it will have an icon. Then we can display our create CSV icon. Right now it's not displaying because this is only visible on the big screen. So let's work ahead. And here we have to take a div. It will have a class called text. Inside that we'll take a span. We'll say click to upload image. And if I show you, if I turn this off, this is going to display. So let's bring it back and let me show you on the big screen. So far things are looking good. Like this is fine. This is the click to upload per component we are working. So let's work on the input field. After that we can check. So we'll say type is going to be a file, and it will have an ID called file. Let's remove this one, and here we have to attach the functionality called on change. We'll say handle image change. That's the function we have to call. So this is the upload component and the image component. So if I make on the big screen, you can see it's displaying fine. So right now there is no image, that's why it's broken, but it's working fine. So we can come back. Let's remove this one, and if I open this, you can see the document, the upload component is working also fine. So this looks fine. User can click and they can upload the image. There it is. Now we can come back here and we have to work on the second component. So we can come here, we'll take a text area, and we have to remove few things from here. So we don't need this. We have to make it to 6. I don't want my text area to be huge. And here we have to call this on change, and we already built the functionality which will update our state object. So we'll take this handle form field change, and we have to update our description. So make sure to give the exact name. So this is the name we have given, and that's what we have to provide here. And we have to provide the event as well. So this will update the data into our object. Let's split the screen and let's see what exactly we are working on. So let's make on the big screen, and there it is. Now we can simply attach the classes. So this class is going to be quite similar to the input one as well. So let's quickly attach. We'll have a border, default 200, relative margin top is going to be 48 pixels, block width full, and we'll have a rounded border white by 10, and we'll have a background is going to be transparent, and we'll have a padding y is going to be 1.5, padding x is going to be 3, and text white by 80, and this will be called focus border white by 25. We'll say focus ring transparent. So there it is. You can see. Let's do one thing. Let's assign a placeholder as well. So we can call it description of your token. There it is. So this is the text area we have. So far things are making sense to all of you guys. Now we can come back here and we'll work on the next component. We'll take a div. It will have a class called, on the last screen we'll say ps0 flex. We'll say flex column, padding 10. It will have a div. It will have a class called padding bottom is going to be 6. Margin y is going to be auto. Inside that we'll take a h4. It will have a class called margin bottom for text 2xl font bold text white. Inside that we'll take our title Solana token creator. There it is. Now we can come back here. We'll take a p. It will have a class called text default 300. Margin bottom is going to be 8. Max width small. It will have a dummy text. So remove few lines from here. I don't want to have a dummy text. Let's take this text. Kindly provide all the details about your token. So this is the message which we want to give. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called text start. Inside the div, we'll take our input. So this is the component we have to build now. So simply copy, and that's what we have to call here. In that, we have to send couple of props. So we have to call the name. That's what we have to send. Then we have to send the placeholder, and we have to send the function which will update the data. So let's add this function called click handle, and in that we have to simply pass the function. So we'll call this e handle form field change, and we'll say name and event. So this is throwing an error because we don't have this component ready, but we are trying to call it. So let's come back here and let's work on the component. So here we are into the input, click here, and that's what we have to work on. So let's build on this. Let's change this to input view. This will be FC. Let's receive that and remove this. We have to say export. That's what we have here. Now we have to receive the props. So far things are looking good. Make on the big screen, reload the page, and you can see right now we don't have any issue. So okay, we have something weird here, so we have to fix this, but we'll do that soon. Okay, there is some problem in the alignment. We have to see what's exactly went wrong. So let's make a side by side and let's work on the exactly in our input field. So let's work on this. So first we have to receive the props. So it's going to be a placeholder. Copy this one. Then we have to receive the name, and we have to receive the function. So let's receive that. Now we can start working straight away to our index input component. So we'll take the let's call this to div. It will have a class, and we'll say margin bottom is going to be 4 pixels. Inside that we'll take a label, and we'll say input label. In that label we have to add a classes called text base, normal, text default, 200, margin bottom is going to be 2 pixels, block, font semi bold, and inside this label we have to add the name. There it is, the name is displaying. Now we have to simply display the input field. We'll say text id is going to be input label on change. We have to simply call the function, and we'll have a placeholder to this. Now let's add the classes. So we'll say this border default 200, block width full, rounded border white 10 pixels. We'll have a background transparent, padding y minus 1.5, padding x 3, text white, ad, and we'll have a on focus. We have to change the border white by 25, and we'll have a focus called ring transparent. There is it, it's taking a full width. So this looks good. Close this one. Now all we have to do is to simply replicate this input component couple of times, because we're going to take few data. So our input component is ready. Now simply copy this one, and that's what we have to simply paste here, and 4 times. All we have to do is to change the prop. So this will be the symbol, this will be the symbol, and copy paste here. This will be description in capital, but there's decimal in capital, but here we have to provide in a small, because that's what we have given in our token object. And change this to amount. Let's change this to small and make it this one capital. So this is the input field is ready. Now we have done with the input field. Now we can come back here and we can take a div and we can work on our button. So we'll take this margin bottom is going to be 6 pixels, text center. We'll have a button. It will have an on click function, and on the on click function we have to simply call the function we have called create token, and we can pass the token object. And let's assign the classes called bg primary 600/90. On over effect we have to change the background called background primary 600. Then we'll have a group. Margin top is going to be 5, inline flex full, item center, and we'll have a justify center rounded large, padding x, padding p 6, and padding y 2 pixels, text white. We'll have a backdrop blur 2xl, and we'll have a transaction all, duration is going to be 500. That's what we have. We'll have a type is going to be submit, and we can simply bring it down and we can say take a span. We'll have a class called fw bolt, and we'll say create token. There it is. There is the button. We got the button. Now we can come back here. Let's leave like 3 div, and here we can take the icon. So we'll take this div. It will take a div. It will have a div. Inside the div it will have a class called text center, and here we'll take this ul. It will have a class called flex, wrap item center, justify center, gap is going to be 2. Inside that we can have a list and we can have our button. So we'll take this anchor. It will have an on click function, and we have to simply close the component when the user wants to close it. So we have to call this create model to false, and we'll have a class called group inline flex inline flex height 10, then we can do width 10, item center, justify center, and we'll have a round large, background white by 20, backdrop is going to be something like blur 2xl, transition all, duration 500. On over effect we have to say background blue 600 by 6, and there it is. And all we have to do is to display the icon. So we'll take the class call text 2xl, text white, group over, we'll say text white, and inside that we can display our icon. There it is. There is icon. User can click and they can close the component. So looks fine. We are done with this section. If I make on the big screen, you can see that this is what we have, but this is not what we want. We want to have in this 2 part, but somehow our grid is throwing some sort of error. That's why we are having this weird issue. So let me find it out that what exactly went wrong. And here I can see the problem. So here we have to say this -2, and this will fix the issue. Right now it's perfectly aligned. If you reload the page, you can simply close and you can open. So now what I will do, come back here and remove this one, save it. It's not there. Now the user can click on this create token and they can open and they can close. Looks fine, and they can provide all the details and they can create their token. Now come back to the VS and let's bring it back. This is what we have here. Now what I'm going to do is let's get into the component, and we have to simply close it one, and we have to simply replicate it. So we need copy this one, and that's what we have to provide, but we have to do a little bit changes. So this is what we have, the section, and this is, we're going to keep it. And let's come back here. So this is what we have, simply close, and we have to delete this portion. And let's bring it back, and right now we have this empty. Now we can work on this particular section. Inside the div, we can, let's make it side by side. So let's do the inspect element. So far things are good. So inside the div we have to display our branding component. So this is the component. So let's bring it back, copy and paste here. So it's going to be a reusable component. So let's send the props. So in that we're going to send the, let's say, image. So I'll go with this image, but you can add your own image. So we'll say /image. We'll have the title. So I can call it to build your Solana token creator, and you can also add a description. So I'll add the, let's call it message, or you can call it description, both is fine. So here I can call this, let's say, try and create your first ever Solana project. And if you want to master blockchain development, then check the course. This is the branding, and this is the props we are setting, and you can see there is the component which is displaying. So let's work on this component. So this is the first section, and we're going to have the second section. So let's work on the second section. We'll work later in the component, in the banner component. So let's come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called, on the last screen we have to say ps0, then we'll say flex, height is going to be full, flex column, padding 10 pixels. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called padding bottom 10 pixels. Inside that, we'll take an anchor, and let's remove this. We can call this class to be flex. Inside this, we'll take the image, and we have to provide the source. So we'll go into the assets, and we have to get our logo. So I don't want to use this logo. I want to use the branding which I want, which is one. There it is, Solana. Let's do one thing. We have the image. Let's add the class. So we'll take this class. Let's call this height 10. This is fine. We have the image. Now we can come back here. Let's take a div. It will have a class called margin y auto padding bottom 6 text center. Inside the div, we'll take a h4. It will have a class called margin bottom 4 pixels text 2xl. We'll have a font bold text white. Inside this, we'll take link your new token. There it is. When the user will upload the token successfully, this is the component we're going to display, and we're going to provide all the information so user can verify on the explorer. Let's come back here. Let's take a p tag. Let's call this text default 300 max auto. Margin bottom is going to be 5, max width small. Inside that, we'll take your Solana token is successfully created. That's the message we have. Check now explorer. There it is. You can display any message you want. So we have done with the title heading. Let's take a div. We'll have a class. Let's call flex item center justify center. Inside the div, we'll take an image, and we have to display the token, the deployed token image. If we don't have that image, we have to display our logo, means our logo. So we'll go into the assets image logo 1.png. So there it is. The icon is displaying. Now we can add the classes. So we'll take h40, create big. Now we can come here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called margin top is going to be 5, width is going to be full, text center. Inside the div, we'll take the p. It will have a class called text default 300 text basis font medium, and we'll have a leading 6. Inside that, we can display our input field, which is already ready. Let's send the props. So we have to send this to, let's call this token address, because when the token is successful deploy, we have to display the token. It will have the placeholder. So in the placeholder, we can display the token itself, the address of the token. So let's call this placeholder. And sometimes this auto is not working, and in that I can simply pass the token address, the minted token, and that's what we have here. So, and we can just take this span. It will have a cursor pointer. We can call this to have a on click. We'll say navigator dot clipboard write text, and with that have to simply pass the token address so user can click and they can copy, and we can say copy. And we can also display the explorer URL, and it's going to be a dynamic one. So when the user will click, it will take them to the explorer. So it will have a class called margin bottom is going to be 6. Then we'll have a text center. Inside that, we'll take this anchor. Let's add the URL. We'll say https://explorer.solana.com, and Solana. We'll say address, and here we have to provide the address of the token, means the token address, so the user can click and they can go there. We'll say cluster. In the cluster, we have to pass the network configuration. So in that way, it will identify that which network we are connected, and it will automatically take to that particular explorer. And we have to add this target, so we can open in a new tab. We'll say blank, and we'll have a no referral, because we don't want to create a do follow link. So we'll say no referral. And here we can add the classes. So we can say BG is going to be primary -600/90. Then we'll have an over effect. We'll say background primary we'll say 600, we'll say group is going to be margin top is going to be 5, inline, flex, width, full, we'll say item center, justify center, rounded, large, padding X is going to be 6, padding Y is going to be 2, text white, backdrop blur, 2XL, transition all, and we can set the duration to be something like 500. There it is. There we have the. Now we can simply display the text. We'll take a span. It will have a class called FW bold. Inside that we can take this view on Solana. There is the button. So this is our dynamic component. So now we have to work on the banner component. So this is the one we have to work. So come back here and go into the components. Inside the component we have the banner, and that's what we have to work on. So let's receive the FC. We have to, this looks good. Now we can work on the props. So let's receive the prop, image, title, and the message. We can work on the JSX straight away. So remove this one. We'll have a class called PS4 hide. We'll say I just want to hide this on a mobile device. I don't want to display this. And on the large screen I would say this block means we want to display. We'll take a div. It will have a class called relative, height full, width full, overflow hidden, rounded, XL. Inside the div we'll take a image. In that I have to pass the image. So we'll get into the assets slash images slash AI, and in that I have the image. So we'll say image, and we'll say JPG. There it is. The image is displaying fine, and I can attach the classes. So we'll say height full, width full, on I'll say minus scale is going to be X100, transition transform, there it is, transform. Now we can come back here. Let's take a div. It will have a class called BG default 950 by 40. We'll say absolute, insert 0. We'll take a div. It will have a class called flex, height full, item end, justify center. Inside the div we'll take a div. It will have a class called text start, padding 6. Inside that we'll take a h5, and we'll take a class margin bottom 3 pixels, text XL, font bold, text white. Inside that we can display our text called Solana token. There it is, and we have the heading. We'll add this break, and we can display the title which we are getting from the user as a prop. Now we can come back here. We'll take this text default 400. We'll say text base, font medium, and here we can display the message and save it. There it is. That looks fine, and that's the only thing we have to add in our component. So if I make on the big screen, this is how it's going to look. So let's expand this. So this is what I want, and I know what are the changes we have to do. Here we have to add the grid. So let's take a div. It will have a class called grid. We'll have a gap is going to be 10 pixels. On the last screen we'll say grid column 2. Simply cut this one, and we have to simply wrap this one. So close this one and wrap here. So it will divide in 2 sections, and save it, and there it is. Reload the page. It looks absolutely fine. So let's come back here. Let's give this, bring it back, and here we have reload the page. This is what we have. Let's come down here and remove this one, save it, reload the page. No more issue we have. Now we can simply click, and we can open this create token. So let's do that. Let's do the inspect element. Let's go into the source code. Let's bring it here and get into the informations, and let's try to create a token to test this out. Reload the page, and if I go to the blockchain coder, come back to this course, and this is the course which I have launched. I want you to come and have a look. This will teach you every single thing. So we need dummy text. So this is what I'm going to take it. Come back here, click on this create token. Let's upload the image from there, and let's select this dude and just wait. And finally the image is successfully uploaded to the IPFS. I can simply pass the description. I can give the name. So the token I would like to call it testing, This will be the test. Let's add a 9 decimal, and I want to have the supply close to 5 million, and click on this create. And I can see here I'm getting this error. Okay, min key pair dot public is not defined, so somehow our public key is not getting into our component in the function. So let's check here. So this is what I have. The issue is here. And finally I found a problem. That what is that? So here I have to call this use wallet function. So I'm not calling, that's why I'm not getting that public key, and that will fix the issue. That's the only thing you have to do. Now reload the page, click on this, upload the image. This time I will go with this one, and I have to get the text from here, paste here. Let's call this name. So I'll say testing. Let's call the symbol to capital test or small test. We'll add 9 decimal, and we can add the supply to be 5,000 and click on this create token. Here you can see our loader is working fine. Here we got the URL for the IPFS. So let me give my password and click on unlock, and here I'm getting this particular transaction failed because I'm connected to a different network. But if I simply copy and paste here, you can see here I will find all the details, the metadata of the token which I have deployed to the IPFS. So it's working absolutely fine. So the only thing we have to do is we have to switch back to the network, because right now I don't have any fund on my mainnet. That's why transaction is failing. So here I have to change the network to dev network, because in that I have a couple of fund, and I believe that you have some fund in your devnet. If you don't have, just keep continuing, because I will build that particular functionality where you're going to call an airdrop, and it will give you the test sol which you can use to create the token. If you don't have, then don't need to worry about it. Just follow the project and keep this testing and token creation for later time. If you don't have a free show, or you can find a multiple provider you will find on internet where you can paste your address and they will give you some test like dev sol which you can use to create the token. But that all I will cover in the later section of this project, where we're going to build a system where you can simply claim the test sol and you can do all the transactions. So let's click on the network and select. So I'm connected with the dev network, and now I will have no issue. I can simply create token, inspect, upload the image. I'll go with this women, copy this one, paste the text. Let's give the name. I'll say testing. Let's call this test. 9 decimal, amount is going to be 5. Click on this create, and here it's going to call the function. And here you can see this much fund we are paying. This is the token we are creating, and this is the network fee. Click on the confirm, and it will confirm the transaction. So our token is successfully created. You can see how quickly it went, and here we have all the information. You can click and it will take you to the explorer on Solana DevNet, and here you will find all the information about the token we have created just now. The supply, the authority, the minter authority, the name, the symbol, that's all is reflecting here. You can simply copy and you can come back to the Sol Explorer, and that's what you can simply verify here. So you switch back to the DevNet and paste here, hit enter. Okay, so it's saying no token information. Okay, I understand why it's showing that, because I'm connected with the testnet, but you can see, you can able to find all the information here as well. You can see all this information which we have deployed to the IPFS, the authority, the mentor, that's all information is reflecting here, which you can find. So we have successfully created our token. If we come back to the Solana token creator, and here you can see change the network, and here you will have all the information about the token, which you can find the symbol and the metadata that's also reflecting here. So all you have to do is come back here, close all of this, and you can simply copy the address, or you can check this particular token is automatically added to your Phantom wallet. So if you come back here, and you can see I'm already connected. Here is this test 5,000 token we have created. So it's working absolutely fine. This looks absolutely good that we have successfully done with the entire token creation functionality and its dynamic component. So this looks pretty good. I hope you guys have followed and you guys can appreciate that how things are coming together and how we have built this particular feature. So this looks good. This is the dynamic component. Simply copy this one, and here we have to attach this as well, the closing button. So simply copy, and here we have this, and let's paste here. So this is our closing button. So here we have the button as well. So user can click and they can close this component, and there it is. Hope you guys are getting what we have done so far. So we can simply open the different component. Now we can come back to our code editor. We are done with this, and now we have to work on this particular component, cut and paste here. And this is what we're going to work next. Now we're going to start working on our next component, token metadata. So this is what we have. Let's do one thing. Let's give this so we can see what exactly we are working on. Come back here, get in the view section. Inside the view, we have the component called token metadata, and this is what we have to work now. So come back here. First thing, we have to receive the FC model that's coming from React, and we have to do the changes in the component structure. So this is what I have. First thing, I'm going to receive few things like use state, use callback. Then we have to import the use connection, and that's coming from wallet adapter React. Then we have to import the public key. Then we have to import the metadata, and that's coming from here. Now we have to import the program ID. Then we have to import the React icons. So we'll say AI outline close, all of things we are getting. Now we have to come back here and we have to import the clip loader that's coming from React Spinner. Then we have to import the notification so we can display either success and failure. Let's go to the right directory. Then we can come here. Let's do the internal import. So let's bring this down and let's call it internal, and let's comment this portion. So in the internal import, we have to import few things. So we have to import the input view, and that's coming from the same directory. And we have to receive the branding as well, and that's coming also from the same directory in the component. Now we have to change this to token metadata. It's going to be FC, and in that we're going to receive the prop. So let's copy paste here and remove this one, and we have to receive the prop. So this is what we need. Set open token metadata, copy, and that's what we have to receive here. Now we have to work on the feature, and we have to define a couple of state variable including the tokens ID and all the information. So let's work on that first before we start working on the JSX. So we're going to take the variable for the connection, and this is coming from use connection. So in that we'll have the connection. Once we have the connection, then we have to take the token address which user will provide. Then we have to take the another use state variable, and we'll call token metadata, and this will contain all the information of the token which we'll receive. Then we'll take another state variable. This will call logo null. Then we'll take another one. This will call loaded. By default it will be false. So these are the state variable we have. Now let's take the another one. Is will call is loading, will be false. So we have this state variable. Now we can come back here and let's work on the functionality called write function. So let's call this one get metadata. It's gonna be use callback, and that we have to say async. All we have to do is to provide the form, means the data, and in that we're going to take this loading state to be true. So we have to display the loader. Once the loader is active, then we'll take a try and catch, and we have to catch an error if anything goes wrong. And we can come here, we'll call const token mint. We'll call this new public key, and that we have to pass the form, means the data. Once we have that, now we have to build another variable called metadata, and it's going to return. So we already have this public key, and that we have to call this find program address scan, and it's going to give all the information. So it's going to be an array. We'll say buffer.from, and in that we can pass the metadata. So this is a general architecture we have to follow to get the information about the token. Then we have to get this program ID, in that we can say, let's say buffer. Then we have to pass the token minted. It's going to be a buffer. Once we have all of these setups, because these are the setups we have to do, whether you create or whether you have to receive. Now we're going to go with the program ID. Once we have that, we'll go with the very first. Now we can come here, we'll take a metadata account, and we have to simply format the data. So we'll take this connection called dot account information, and in that we have to simply pass this metadata PDA, and it will give that which account has created. So we can come back here, then we'll take this array, we'll say metadata, and we'll go with a slash, and we'll say await metadata, and on that we have to, on that we're going to call this function, and that we have to simply pass this metadata account, and we'll call it data. So this will contain all the information. Now once we have all of this information, we have to simply extract and we have to store it. So we'll say fetch, we'll say metadata dot data, call URI. Remember the URI we have uploaded. So once we have that URI, we have to simply store it as a variable. So this will call logo JSON. We'll say await, let's call it logo res, and we'll call it JSON. This is the URL. Then we have to simply get the image, and that's also coming from the same place, JSON image, because it will have all the information. So we are simply deconstructing that. So let's set this logo image to our state variable so we can display in the front end. So we'll take this set token metadata, and that we have to pass the entire token. We'll say token metadata. It will have all the information. We have to deconstruct that, and in that we're going to simply get this metadata dot data, and that will simply update all the information right up here in our state variable as a form of object. Simple. Now we can come back here and we have to simply set the logo to be image. So let's change this one. Let's call this image. So here we have this. Let's call it image, and that's what we have to pass. Then we have to change the states. So is loading to be false. Same thing for the loaded to be true, because the data is loaded. So we can display our different component. Now we can take this one, set token address to be null, because we have to simply remove after it's called, and then we have to simply display the notification. So we'll type is going to be the success. Once it will fetch the information, then we'll display the message. We'll say successful fetch token metadata, and here we have. So that's what we have. Now simply copy this one, and that's what we have to provide here in the error. So copy this portion, paste here. This will be error, and we can call this to token metadata failed, and after that we have to stop the loading state to be false, and that looks fine. And I want to call this function in few condition. So let's call it here. So I want to call the function when there is a change in the token address. Now I hope you guys have understood that what exactly we are doing. We are passing the address and getting all the information and setting up in our state variable. Now we can come back here. Let's build the close component, because we're going to have a button which will close our pop-up model. So let's define as a component, because this is the component we're going to use in multiple places, in multiple component. So let's create this one, closing component. So I can come here and let's call this component. We can take a variable called close model. In that we're going to simply build the structure. So we'll take a href, and on that we have to simply call the function. So we'll say set open token metadata to be false, and let's assign the classes. So we'll say group margin top 4 pixels, inline flex, we'll have height 10, width 10, item center justify center, we'll have a rounded large, background white /20, we'll have a backdrop blur 2xl, we'll have this transition all, and duration is going to be something like 500, and on over effect we have to change the background color to be background blue 600 by 60. These are the classes we have applied, and we can simply display the icon. So we'll take this class called, let's say text 2xl, text white, we have a group over, and we'll say text is going to be white, and in that we have to display our icon. Got it? This is our internal reusable component. We're going to use it for closing and opening. So far things are good, and now we can start working on our component. So if I come back here in the create, and here we have the structure. So this is the exact structure we need. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply close this one and copy, and that's what I'm going to simply call in this token metadata. And we have to do the modification because the structure is going to be the same. So come back here. This is what we have, the loading state, and here we have the token mint address. So let me see, this is the section. Let's close this one, remove this one. So remove this portion. This is what I have, remove this. Now here we have the branding. This looks fine. The only modification we have to do in the right hand side. So this is good. No need to do any changes here. We are defining the first section. This is the second section we have. Now we can come here, let's make it dynamic. So we'll say if loading is to true, then we have to display this, because by default it will be no, by default the loading is true. So if it's false, then we have to display this. So simply cut this one and paste here. Else we have to go with the same. All we have to do is to do the modification. So we're going to have the image. There is no changes we need to do in the logo. This is fine. And here we're going to have the information and the image. So if there is an image for the token, that's what we have here. You can just change this. So right now I'm going to remove this one. We're going to have our logo, and we'll have the call logout, the different icon. Here we have the input. Let's change this placeholder to address, and let's add a function. So we'll say click handle, and we have to simply update the token address which user will provide. We'll say set token address to e.target.value. So in that way we'll update the address to our state variable. Here we have the this particular one. Actually we don't need this span, so simply remove this one, cut and bring it here. If you want to display some of the text in the paragraph, you can do that, but I will go in an empty instead because I want to have a space. So it looks good. Here we have the UL, and this is the div. This is the one. So what I don't want this. Simply remove this one. So this is the input field we have. Now we can simply come here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called margin bottom is going to be 6. Text is going to be center. Inside that we'll have a button. It's going to have a on click function, and on the on click function we have to simply call the function we have built. So we'll pass the token address, and let's add the classes. So we'll have the classes called bg primary 600/90 over effect background primary 600. We'll have a group. Margin top is going to be 5, inline flex with full item center, and we'll have a justify content center. We'll have a rounded large, padding x 6 pixels, padding y 2 pixels, and text is going to be a white. Backdrop is going to have blur 2xl, and transition or duration is going to be 500. So this is the normal structure we are following. Inside that we can simply call a span. It will have a class called view bold get token metadata. So this is the first section. By default user will see this. Now we have to do the changes in the dynamic one. Once we have the data, then we have to do the changes. So this is fine. We don't need to do any changes here. Or this is the link. This is fine. And this we can remove. And here we can display the image, the token image which will fetch from the blockchain. So I'm going to simply display the actual logo which we have stored as a state variable, and this will find. In that we're going to simply do one thing. Simply we have this paragraph, cut this one and paste here. It's an empty. So we'll say metadata, we'll display the name, token name, and cut this one. So we'll display the name of the token, simply replicate and display other data as well. So this is the, let's call it symbol, and we'll call it symbol. Otherwise we have to display undefined. And here we can display the URL. So we'll say URI. And here we have the button which user can click and they can explore. So this is what we have. I can simply remove this one, and let's build a simple structure. So we'll take this token and URI. So user can click and it will open the entire metadata into a different tab. And sync and go. And simply call this one to open URI. This is fine. I hope you guys can understand that how we are doing all the changes. And remove this one and save it. Now we can come back here and we have built this particular component, clip close model, and user can click and they can close that. So this is the function, this is the close model, and this is the dynamic component, one for without data, one for after the data, then the user will get. Then we can come back here in our application, reload the page, and right now you can see this is how our component is looking fine. This is the by default, user will place the address and they can call the function. So let's come back here and we have this, remove this one and close here. Now we can come back here, click on this, and here it's opening. Refresh. This is the create token, close down. This is the token metadata, and we don't have the close button, so come back here, and we already have built the particular button. So I'm going to get in the component, so this is what I have. So like I'm leaving 3 div, and here I have the button. So this is the button I have. I can simply come and place the button called close model and call this one, save it, and here we have the button. You can click and you can close. Read the page, open and close. So this one is working fine. Now we can come back here and I want to get the token address which we have created. So I'll click on this, copy. I have the address. Now I can come back here, click on this, and let's paste the address and make a request. So here it got, and finally we got all the information about the token which we have created. You can see the name, symbol, and the address, and you can simply click and you can come and see in the new tab. So every single thing is working fine. So we have done with the most 2 important functions like create and get all details. This is the token which I have created earlier. You can see I'm getting the information of that token as well. So here is the notification is also displaying fine. So this is the create, this is the metadata, and now we have to work on the contact us form. So close this one and we are done with this. Come back here in the home page, and now this is what we have to work on. Cut here and paste here, and we have to work on the contact view. Copy this prop and we have to get into the view, and we have the contact. Inside that we have to work on this. So first thing, we're going to receive the FC model, then we have to change this to like receive the props. Once we have the prop, now we can do the changes in the structure and we can build the logic. Once we have the prop, now we can change this to, let's call contact view. So remove this one and let's call it contact view and FC. Now we have to receive a couple of things from React. So we're going to use this use form. We are using this forms pair, and we have also received the function like validation. So when the user will provide the information, we have to validate whether the information is given it's valid or not. Then we have to come back here and we have to receive the React icon. So we'll receive this AI outline close. Once we have the icon and all of these 2 things, now we have to build the function for sending the email. So before we do that, we can come back here and let's receive the notification, because that's the notification we have to display once the message is, the email is sent. Now looks good. Now we have to receive few things. So we have to receive the branding, and that's coming from the component. We have to also come back here and let's build the functionality for our form sending email. So we can come here, we'll take a variable called state and handle submit, and this is coming from use form, and in that we have to provide the key, which I will show you how you can generate that. In that we have to provide our ID API key. So this is ready. Now to get your key, all you have to do is to come back here. Let's get the key. Let's type forms pair, click on the very first line, and make sure to read all the thing, but I'm going to create, and make sure to create your account. So I already have my account. I'll click on the sign in, and here you will find all the project which you will create. So currently I have this 2 project which is already running, and here I have received all and send all the messages. So come back here, click on this plus icon and click on this new project or form. So you can call whatever name you can give to your project, like a Solana token me email. Click on this create project. Here the project is created, and you can do all the configuration. You can check the templates as well, but for that you have to upgrade, but we don't need that upgrade one. This is the one project we have created. Click on this plus, and here you have to give the name to your form. So I'll call it email, and here you will find that this is the email where I will receive all the email which user will send. So you can add multiple, but I will go with this default one. click on this create. Here it will create your project, and here you will have all the options. So here you will have multiple options to connect this particular component, but we are using React, so this is the exact method we have to provide. You can see this is the validation, the input field. We have to provide the ID, type, and email. So these properties are very important, which we have to provide. So all we have to do is to get this key, and that's what we have to provide here. So simply copy your key. This is my, I'll come back to my project and I'm going to paste here. Once you're done with that, now you can easily able to send the message. So come back here in the footer, and I've used the old project key, so I'm going to simply change this as well. So make sure to do all the changes, and now we can build a function which will tell us that whether we have successfully sent the email or not. So let's check that. We'll take this if state dot succeeded, then we have to simply give the notification message that you have successfully sent the email. So we'll take this notification. So this is what you have to do. This is the message. Change this. Thanks for submitting your message. Will get back to you. Simply paste here. So we're done with that. Simply copy, and once the notification is displaying, we have to simply change the state. We have to close the model. So we'll take this to set open contact to false, and that looks fine. And we need this component as well. Copy, and that's what we can paste here. So this is the reusable model. We're going to use it and change this here as well. Now we can work on the JSX. So it's going to be a quite similar one. So I will come back to the token metadata, and I have to copy this, come back here, and I have to simply paste here. So simply remove this one, get back up, and here we have to do the modification and changes in the structure because we don't need this dynamic one. So this is what I have. This looks good. We all of this messages, so simply remove this one and close this one and remove this portion, and this is fine. We are displaying our logo where we have the information, so we can change this text to something else like send email to us from more details. You can type anything you want, and here we can type something like send your message so we can provide you more details. The image is fine. We're going to have this logout, or actually we don't need this. Select this one, and we can remove this one. We need to have this. Actually we don't need to have this input field. Remove this one, and we're going to have text area input field, and here we can do the changes. So let's come back here. So this is what we have. Test. If I go to the test, and if I try to find a token which has its information, so I can simply click here, and I can simply copy, and I can provide here and make a request on the test network, and just wait. As I told you that the RPC endpoint we are using, so this token has the information about this particular token on the testnet, but the RPC endpoint we are using is no longer valid. So we have to get the valid RPC endpoint, which I don't have, and most of the providers are not giving me, so I'm not going to. But it's working fine. Almost it's working fine in mainnet and devnet, and that is good enough for testing. You can do all the testing on the devnet, and you can do that in all mainnet as well. So this looks good. Close this one, and we have done with this entire project. So here you can see that this is the devnet, which is working fine, and this is the testnet. So testnet is working fine when it's come to claiming an airdrop, but when it's come to doing the transaction, getting the information, it's not working on that. Devnet is working fine, and here we have used the custom Solana RPC endpoint. So that looks good. So close this one. Fine with all the project, and I hope you guys can see that what we have built after so many hours. So it looks absolutely wonderful. We can easily able to check the responsiveness of this application. This is fine. You can see drop down. You can change to different screen sizes. You can simply open, close, and that's what we have. Pretty beautiful. You can simply drop down, open, close, looks pretty good. Again, I would encourage you that if you really want to master blockchain, then make sure to check this particular course, and that you will master sovereignty and all the technology which you have to know to become a high paying blockchain developer. So come and check this out. Come back to the source code section. Here you will find all the project we have built on our channel. That's all you will find. So if you haven't built any one of the project, make sure to come and build. That will teach you that what you have to know and how you can build a DApp. If you want to start with this project, type Solana and you can simply download the starter file. Here you can see, click and download the starter file, and here I have attached the video. So once you will download the final source code, you can simply follow this video. In that I have explained everything that how you can do the setups. So watch this video and run in your system. So this project is really very must, and I would encourage you to check this one, that what exactly you're going to build. So hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. Finally we are done with this entire project. Hope you guys have enjoyed. If you have any question, any doubt, you guys can simply ask me in this email, where I will try to help you and provide you all the information if you guys stuck. And make sure to follow the complete project. That will teach you a lot of things. Have a wonderful day. Bye bye.